Murder Plot. Book 3 of the Sam Rader thriller series, written by Simon King, narrated by Kiiri Sandy. Chapter 1. It was the smell that brought clarity to the situation for Boyd, the same heavy dampness as he was used to back in his cell. He looked around nervously, dropping a little lower to the ground as he tried harder to sink into the shadows. But the old crate wasn't the ideal cover and only partially shielded him, the overhead lamps keeping the underground tunnel faintly illuminated. The many columns kept most of the tunnel hidden from him, but also acted as a shield for himself. If he couldn't see far, neither would those chasing him. Boyd turned his head a little, pointing his good ear towards where he knew his pursuers to be. Their footfalls had faded out down the narrow side passage only a minute before, courtesy of his ruse. They had caught wind of his trail within minutes of him leaving his cell, and Boyd wondered whether they were in fact using a tracking dog or some other means of locating him. None of that mattered, though, escape the only thing at the forefront of his mind. He had to find the exit, the only chance at freedom he would ever have. If he didn't, Boyd knew the men now chasing him would end it for him as surely as if he was a rat caught in a trap. The silence was almost maddening as he held his breath, carefully listening for evidence of his pursuers. It also kept the stink out of his nostrils, the odor making his stomach turn. He looked at the wall beside him, the water stains appearing ancient on the old concrete walls. What was this place? An old holding yard beneath the prison? He didn't care, peering around again in search of his next hiding spot. The dozens of columns that held the roof up were scattered throughout the open space like an ancient Greek temple. If anything, they gave a great place to hide. Running in short spurts was better than a continuous sprint. If he just madly dashed from one corridor to the next, they would surely hear and put an end to him. He found that with very short bursts, he could control the noise he made, reducing the chances of the others finding him. All he had to do was stealth his way along this wall, stopping briefly to hide whenever possible, assess each section, and ensure his pursuers weren't onto him. He had been told about the labyrinth of tunnels beneath the prison several times during the past few months, with some claiming their histories stretched all the way back to the late 1880s. Although Boyd had done time in several jails, including San Quentin, those had been nursery schools compared to the experiences he'd had since finding himself at Bolton. At most prisons, the warden remained behind closed doors, only appearing when needed by his officers. But Roy Perkins was a different kettle of fish, the man as involved with prisoners as much as his staff. Boyd wondered whether the man even had an office, the son of a bitch constantly on show. He'd greet each and every prisoner as they stepped from the buses, hover around the admissions center as if following the entire induction process. The man would sit beside officers conducting interviews, lend a hand during strip searches, then follow the lines of inmates as they were walked to their allocated units. The man wasn't skinny, his triple chin earning him the nickname Bullfrog from inmates and officers alike. Old Bullfrog would wheeze and puff his way from one unit to the next, the same smug grin on his face as he watched each prisoner be taken into their new homes. Boyd had the unfortunate luck of meeting Bullfrog personally upon arrival, the man first conducting his induction interview, then performing the strip search on him. But he soon found that Bolton Prison was anything but normal, the population on both sides of the fence some of the hardest he'd ever experienced. Classed maximum security, the prison had been active since the late 19th century, a breeding ground as experienced criminals were mixed with the new. What eventually walked back out of the gate and returned to society were the types of men destined to return to the inside again and again. They said that once Bolton had you, it had you for life. Boyd held his breath again and listened for any signs of life in the darkness. He had to move, of that fact there was no doubt. If he continued sitting in the same spot, he may as well just stand up and start shouting for whomever was chasing him to come out and get him. His eyes fixed on a sliver of darkness to the right side of the furthest column he could see. There appeared to be the mouth of another corridor, maybe as wide as the one he just came from. If he could get to it, maybe it would buy him some time. After a final listen, Boyd rose up to his full height and slowly began to creep, feeling his way around the maze of columns. Using each as a temporary cover, he tried to monitor his own movement as well as any indication from his pursuers. Only once he was sure there was nobody close did he move in earnest, carefully feeling his way from one column to the next, his eyes fixed on where he'd last seen the others. The new side corridor was about 50 yards from where he scrambled along, the path dotted with puddles and various pieces of debris. In some places, it appeared as if people may have sat around eating their meals, with glass bottles and empty cans littering the floor. If he happened to kick one of those, sending the traitor scuttling into shadows, it would no doubt give his location away. Watching each step carefully, Boyd continued his advance, meticulously stepping between puddles and each ancient artifact, as if playing a grown-up version of hide-and-seek. Only in this version, if he was caught, it didn't mean he was the next to count. In this version, the game would end and he would be... He stopped, fingers held on either side of a column as he stared down at the floor. Just what would happen if he was caught? Would he be returned to his cell? Maybe sent to the slot? He shuddered, the thought of the latter crossing his mind. He'd only heard rumors about the slot, and none of them appealed to him. No, this trip had to be one way, with him somehow finding his way back to the surface, preferably on the other side of the walls. With another shudder running up his spine, Boyd pursed his lips as sweet Emily's face drifted into his mind. Despite being the reason he was here in the first place, it was her he needed to find once back out. Sweet Emily, the woman with whom a future had seemed so perfect just a few weeks before. He couldn't blame her for what happened. It wasn't as if she knew any better. While he'd come from a hard life, one where hard work was often in close company to hard playing, she had come from another world entirely, one where people did things the right way, living a life with words like morals and ethics resting firmly on their shoulders. They had met quite by accident only a few months before the screw-up, Emily's car letting her down after a long day at the rescue shelter where she worked. Boyd happened to be driving past and stopped to offer a helping hand. That helping hand had first led to a drink later that evening, followed by dinner the very next day. A week later came the first kiss, and it wasn't long before they began calling themselves a couple. Things would have continued on if it hadn't been for the invitation from one of his friends for a night on the town. He'd never been able to turn down an invitation to go drinking with friends, and when Hal had asked him that fateful afternoon, he'd accepted. Emily had still been at work, and he left her a note leaning against the flowers he'd given her the night before. It wasn't long into the relationship that he discovered her weakness for flowers, the bunches always leading to what she liked to call sweet stuff. "You want some sweet stuff?" she'd asked that first time, leading him to the bedroom and giving him everything he'd ever imagined. But drinking with buddies was his own weakness, and once out, he didn't hold back as they hit one bar after another. It wasn't anything unusual, the night continuing until well into the morning, ending only when their wallets had finally been emptied. Despite knowing he was way too drunk to drive, Boyd had slipped behind the wheel of his pickup anyway, positive he'd managed the dozen or so blocks in the quiet morning hours. It had been Emily he was thinking of as he drove, picturing her curled up in bed, her nakedness waiting for him beneath the sheets. That's what his mind had been transfixed on as he drove, caught up in the moment as Emily's bare breasts filled his mind. He never saw the kid on the bike, the crash at first sounding as if he'd maybe hit a deer or something. But this wasn't Wisconsin. Deer didn't run wild around the streets of San Diego. After slamming the brakes on and hopping out of the truck, he saw the horror of what he'd done. The bike the kid had been riding just moments before was lying crumpled on the side of the road, the rolled-up newspapers lying scattered around it. But the kid wasn't there. Instead, he was still wedged under the truck, his hands somehow caught in the undercarriage. Boyd dropped to his belly and slid under, working his way as close to the kid as possible. but once he felt for a pulse and found none, he knew the consequences of his actions. That's when the greatest bitch of all stepped in, the mother of all deceivers. Panic gripped him tight then, his mind lost in a torrent of what-ifs. Before he realized what he'd done, Boyd was back in the truck, driving down the road with the kid left lying beside his crinkled-up wreck. It was Emily that put two and two together, only too aware of his panicked state when he came in the door. Once she saw the damage to the truck and then, later in the day, heard the tragic news of the 14-year-old hit-and-run victim, she knew what the go was. Once Emily came home from work, it didn't take long for the confession to fall from his lips in a flood of tears and rants. Somehow she managed to calm him enough to see reason, and by the time most people were sitting down for their evening meal, Boyd Tomlinson was walking into the local sheriff's office. An hour later, he was taken into custody, processed, and led to a cell. That was the beginning of a 7-month journey that would end with him transferred to Bolton Prison. Surprising him just the way she had all throughout their brief relationship, Emily remained by his side, going as far as to visit him the very day after his sentencing. He felt guilty for doubting her, expecting the conversation to turn to such words as "continue with life" and "it's too long to wait." But despite his 14-year sentence, nothing during that visit hinted at her making a break. Her promise to remain by his side had been affirmed by the steely resolve in her eyes. She was there to stay, regardless of how long things took. The woman who had once confided in him about losing her virginity to another woman because she needed to understand the other side was as strong as she was pretty, her smile hiding one of the strongest hearts he'd ever know. But despite her promise of waiting the years needed until his release, there was one weak link in the chain that would ensure failure. While Emily may have been prepared to wait, Boyd was not. When the opportunity for escape presented itself, Boyd instantly knew what he needed to do. He also knew that if given the opportunity to drag his balls across a nest of fire ants with Emily waiting on the other side, he would have taken it. The girl had worked herself into his heart, and there was nothing that would keep him locked up for 14 years. He gripped the pillar tight, barely noticing the smoothness of the concrete beneath his fingers. It was his ears that were pricked, the heartbeat in his chest loud enough to sound like drums. A light sweat had begun beating on his brow with each quick burst between hiding spots. He was sure they had him at the foot of the last stairs he descended in a few quick hops, but when he reached the bottom and listened, the distant footfalls were still high above him. Boyd looked around again and wondered just how deep the labyrinth went. What was he on now? The 3rd level since he left the starting cage? It was difficult to tell, more so because he had no idea on what floor he started this crazy attempt at freedom. He peered towards the corridor again, positive it was the right way. He'd always had a good sense of direction, and instincts were telling him that the dark exit ahead was the right way to go. As if for a final reassurance, Boyd looked briefly over his shoulder, made sure there was no one following, and started his run. Despite trying to step as gingerly as possible, light-footedness proved fruitless, his boots crunching debris on the concrete floor. Each step seemed to echo around him, and he felt his pulse quicken, more so from his nerves than exertion. There was a distant report somewhere behind him, like a slamming door or something similar. It put an extra spring in his step, Boyd picking up the pace considerably. The initial sprint was only around 30 yards or so, and he'd already covered more than half the distance. Shortly, the shadows in the new corridor would swallow him, and he'd once again be hidden from those pursuing him. As he rounded the corner, relieved for the welcoming darkness, something bumped into his chest. At first he thought it may have been a protruding metal pipe or something. The walls in the previous corridors had bits and pieces hanging from the ceilings and walls. But the bump didn't feel like that, not completely. There was something sharp that bit into him, a protruding nail of some kind. Time seemed to slow considerably as Boyd's legs suddenly stopped propelling him forward, instead feeling numbed and unable to move. He looked down to make sense of it, but the darkness had already consumed him. Boyd slowly turned to see if he could see the shadow of whatever had bumped into him. his hand slowly reaching up to where it had hit him. But instead of feeling his flat chest, something was sticking out of it. As his fingers felt the warmth of his blood seeping from the wound, a shadow slowly stepped from the darkness and moved into the doorway. Boyd tried to understand, his mind racing faster than the beating in his chest. The warmth of the blood flowed down his stomach as his mind confused what it was seeing. His legs felt awfully weak, suddenly collapsing beneath him. The shadow began to take the shape of a man standing before him as Boyd kneeled as if in worship. The lights suddenly came on, the shadows instantly pushed aside as Boyd looked down at the knife handle sticking out from his chest. The confusion of what he was seeing took hold as the man folded his arms, staring down and meeting Boyd's gaze. "This isn't how it's supposed to happen," Boyd tried to say, but his words failed to take flight, instead caught in a gargle of blood and gore. As he finally fell forward, the man above him began to shout something, the words sounding distant and foreign. With the world fading into the darkness and the shadows returning to claim him once more, Boyd's final thoughts were of Emily, hoping she would be there when he woke up. And as he took his final breath, that's the one thing he was sure would happen. The world hung heavy across Lucy Denton's shoulders as she turned the key in the door. The day had been a long one, just another in a long line of long days that lately felt as if they would never end. But while she wasn't a stranger to hard work and stress, it was the stress from recent events that had weighed heavy on her. The house seemed to scream its silence at her as she swung the door open, feeling more empty with Cooper in jail. Her only son, she'd raised him alone after his father had run out on the family when he was just 2. She set the shopping on the kitchen table, snapped the small television that sat on the edge of the bench on, and headed for the bedroom. Job 1 had always been to get out of the work uniform as quickly as possible, and today the act felt more urgent than ever before. She watched as an ad for a new Ford played out, then turned and headed for the bedroom. Dinner would be another simple TV dinner, her urge to cook having faded with each passing day after Cooper's arrest. She listened to the television turn from the Ford ad to one from Coca-Cola as she slipped on her sweats. Once a plain t-shirt had been pulled over her head, she headed back out into the kitchen, grabbed one of the fresh microwave dinners and began to tear at the packaging. The singing on the TV filled the room, the crowd dancing their way through the commercial. She smiled as her mouth began to water at the thought of some cold Coke, the marketing team at the company once again winning the day. She went to the fridge after setting the microwave, grabbed the bottle sitting in the door, and returned to the table with a small glass. As she began to unpack the rest of the shopping bag, the commercials ended and the channel returned to regular viewing, the 6 o'clock news bulletin's familiar jingle kicking in. Lucy felt her chest tighten a bit, remembering when the same newsreader had announced the robbery Cooper had been involved in. She didn't know it at the time, but the phone call had come later that very night, her boy arrested just a few short hours later. Ching! The microwave interrupted the news anchor just as she welcomed viewers to the bulletin, Lucy recognizing the warm smile as false hope. She knew the smile wouldn't last, turning stern with the opening story, always something sad and gut-wrenching. She grabbed a towel, opened the microwave door, and carefully pulled out a dinner she would never eat. The lead story of the night was a double fatality out on Interstate 8. 2 men shot dead as they pulled over to help someone faking a breakdown. The news anchor said that officials believed the killings to be gang-related, but at the time of recording had not been willing to share any more information. Lucy carefully peeled back the plastic lid from her dinner tray, the steam bursting out and biting her fingers a little. As she began to stir the rice and sauce together, the second story of the night began, Lucy's fork freezing in midair as her eyes looked up to the television. Another death at Bolton Prison today, with emergency services called to the correctional facility in the early hours of the morning. Authorities believe the as-of-yet unidentified man had been making an escape attempt when he died. Police haven't released the cause of death and have assured the public that they're doing all they can to ensure the incident is fully investigated. With today's death, the total number of inmates that have died in mysterious circumstances at the facility in recent weeks climbs to 9. Reporter Tex Watkins remains at the scene. Tex? Lucy dropped her fork and focused on the television as the scene switched to someone standing outside the prison walls, rising forward in her seat a little. She grabbed the bottle of Coke in her hand subconsciously, holding it for the sake of security. Thanks, Janet. Yes, another fatality out here at Bolton, now the 9th in as many weeks. I managed to speak with Roy Perkins, the warden here, but he offered little in the way of answers. The scene changed again, this time to somewhere near a front gate. Lucy wasn't sure if it was inside the prison or out, but found neither really mattered. A fat man, looking far too red to be normal, fronted the cameras, offering the crowd of reporters a smile Lucy found as fake as the news anchors had been. The questions fired at him were a mixed haze of voices, none standing out individually. The warden held his hand up, gesturing for the reporters to calm themselves enough so he could be heard. Only when he had achieved this did he begin to speak. Folks, I know this is a mystery, but I assure you we are doing everything we can to cooperate with authorities. We've had a couple of escape attempts, a few prisoner altercations, but that is all. One of the reporters managed to yell a solitary question above the others. Warden, wouldn't you think that 9 deaths in as many weeks is reason for alarm? Perkins's face tightened slightly, and Lucy could see him trying to restrain an outburst, just like the day she had first met with the warden. This is a prison, and not a very nice one. There's always going to be incidents like this. Let us do our job. Let the police do their job, and let us get to the bottom of things. His face changed again, losing the seriousness and returning to the political smile he wore with experience. Thank you, folks. That's all we have time for. He turned and ignored the flurry of questions fired at him in quick succession, instead walking towards the steel door immediately behind him. Lucy's stomach tightened again, this time the cramping not letting go the way it previously had. The thought of her boy, her baby, languishing in that place, tore into her. This wasn't how things were supposed to turn out. He was supposed to be dating a sweet girl, working a respectable job and building for a future family. Isn't that how it's always supposed to be? She stared down at the TV dinner, instantly aware that her stomach would refuse the meal. And if she did try and eat some, it would no doubt evict whatever she forced down. With tears threatening to spill, Lucy picked the dinner tray up and tossed it into the trash with a sigh. When the news anchor returned and moved on to the next story, Lucy snapped the television off, relegating herself to the silence of the house once more. With Cooper no longer here, it had become the new soundtrack to her home, regardless of whether she liked it or not. She would occasionally switch on the radio, but for the most part, the silence is what hung heavy over the empty rooms that now filled her life. Sitting quietly at the table, Lucy tried to consider her options, Cooper's baby picture staring back at her from across the room. The happiness of the day it had been taken felt almost traitorous in comparison to how things had turned out. It was as if life had somehow turned on her, like some kind of karma returning for something she was unaware had been done. Her cell vibrated and Lucy looked down to the new notification. It was another one of those damn Milton Ward advertisements, the kind spreading the exciting news about a further 20% off already reduced prices. Lucy picked it up, thumbed the screen awake, and stared at the message, the words appearing almost foreign to her. Her finger hovered over the delete button as the company name faded out from the screen. Something was drawing her to it, like tiny fingers beckoning from another time. As if a sudden epiphany dropped into her lap, Lucy stood and half ran to the hallway, flung the linen cupboard open, and stared up at the top 2 shelves, each lined with boxes. After considering each, she reached up and pulled one down from the very top, the words random stuff written across the front in faded letters. Half dropping the box at her feet, Lucy pulled the flaps back, revealing a treasure trove of assorted items from her past, items she hadn't viewed in a very long time. There were a couple of trophies, which she carefully pulled out and set down beside her. There were folded-up posters, a teddy bear that was covered in signatures, as well as a few books. One of these stood out as being larger and thicker than the rest. Lucy instantly recognized the top third of the front cover, the familiar yellow sash still as bright as the day she received it. She sat cross-legged after pulling the book from the box and sat it in her lap. Class of 1986 was printed in bright silver letters across the top, the school's famous facade beneath it. Lucy stared at the cover for a brief moment before slowly peeling it back, revealing page after page of photos and statements and everything that had made up that year of school. But it wasn't until she reached the point where all of the individual student photos were lined up that she began to stare in earnest, searching for a single face in particular, one she knew might be the answer to her prayers. Chapter 2. "Is there anything better?" Sam asked as she gently pulled on the reins. Silky, her horse, stopped completely as the low-lying waves continued to lap at the animal's hooves. Tim pulled up beside her, his eyes drawn to the ever-sinking sun. She followed his stare, caught up in one of nature's ultimate displays. "Beats sitting in some rank apartment," he replied, his eyes fixed on the horizon. For a moment, both watched as the sun sank lower and lower into the sea. The beach was completely deserted behind them, just as it had been each time they had made the trek to the foreshore during the past week. Jim Lawson's farm sat on the very edge of the foreshore, prime real estate considering the surrounding suburbs. The Mornington Peninsula was one of Melbourne's most affluent areas, but back when Jim had hit the bestseller list with 2 of his books, he had managed to purchase a few hundred acres. The area had been considered remote back in the 50s, giving the man a large chunk of the foreshore for a reasonable price. Sam's horse bowed her head slightly as if acknowledging the heavenly body's slow descent. Tim's ride neighed briefly and nodded. "Think they get it?" Sam asked, giving Silky's neck a rub. Tim smiled. "I bet they do. Horses are a lot smarter than people give them credit for." "I can't imagine going back and—" she began, then paused. Tim looked at her, watching curiously as her words halted halfway. He knew the ending to the sentence, feeling the same way. "I know what you mean," he finally added, as the final sliver of the sun disappeared into the ocean. The sky glowed with the passion of the day, a fiery orange hue hanging suspended above them. It was perfect, just like the previous 3 weeks had been. The break had included everything Jim had promised them, the perfect escape from the horrors that made up their lives. "This is what it's all about," the old man had told them the first day, looking out across the valley with the ocean lying behind the tree line. "The freedom for people to enjoy the fruits of their labor, free from the monsters that want to take our very souls." "I could stay here forever," Sam finally said, a long sigh chasing the words. Tim began to laugh, swung his horse for home, and gave it a gentle nudge with his boot heels. Shadow responded without hesitation, trotting along the water's edge before breaking into a canter. Sam nodded, took a final look at the remnants of the sunset, and loosened her grip on the reins. Silky didn't need encouragement, the animal already chasing her stablemate. And as the water began to kick up around her, Sam's laughter echoed across the sands, the moment one she would never forget. It was almost dark by the time the pair rode back through the front gate of Jim's farm. Sam could see the glow of the old man's pipe as he sat and puffed in his usual rocking chair on the porch. "How was it?" Jim called out. "Perfect," Sam replied, dismounting and leading her mount towards the stables. Once the horses were taken care of, both Tim and Sam returned to the house to find Mrs. Tomlinson already setting the table. The owner's caretaker was moving back and forth between the kitchen and dining room like a woman possessed. "Think you guys have just enough time to freshen up before dinner. Just don't keep her waiting," Jim said as the pair climbed the porch steps. Mrs. Tomlinson was more than Jim's cook. She was also his nurse, caretaker, and occasional listening post for all things work-related. She knew about Pogrom and all the things the old man was involved in. It meant there was no need for whispering and made conversations simple around the home. "I'm good," Tim said, dropping into the chair beside Jim. "I won't be long," Sam uttered as she gave a wave and headed upstairs for one of her lightning-fast showers. "She's going to have a pretty tough time going back and leaving all this behind," Tim offered, watching as Jim continued puffing on his pipe. "I can totally understand. That's how I feel whenever I have to leave this place." The sky had lost all of the raging colors as the two of them gazed across the land, night finally swallowing all that had remained of the day. Apart from a lonely magpie giving a final goodnight song from somewhere in the distance, the evening rose silently around them, the peace and harmony seeming to float on the very air itself. There were some moments in life that required no narration, and Jim was impressed to find that Tim was one of those people smart enough to know when to shut up. He nodded slowly from his chair as he watched the younger man simply rock slowly back and forth, appreciating the moment for what it was. The moon slowly rose somewhere behind them into a clear sky as the stars twinkled brightly above. It was the perfect sliver of time, like a calm before an approaching storm, a storm both knew would eventually come to take them back into the reality of their world. Dinner was just as it had been each and every evening during their stay, perfect endings to perfect days, with a near smorgasbord of delights to dull their cravings. Mrs. Tomlinson was Korean, despite her very English name. She had married an Australian back in the late 80s, and after his death took the job on Jim's farm. Her cooking abilities were indescribable and one of the few things John Milton had warned the duo about before sending them off for a well-deserved break. The cooking itself was enough to take the pair's minds off their lives, if only for a brief moment. They ate heartily, Sam always surprising the others with her appetite. She'd never been one to hold back, loading up her plate time and again as both men watched her, a little envious of her ability to keep on enjoying the delights. "Where the hell do you put it all?" Tim asked as Sam took another helping of the barbecue pork. That dish was his own favorite, the plum sauce just perfectly balanced, like a culinary seduction. Sam looked back at him, confusion on her face. "Huh?" she asked. "I don't know." Just as Tim was about to follow up, the phone rang, breaking the moment. Mrs. Tomlinson came in from the kitchen and answered the call, the phone located out in the hallway. Both Sam and Tim had found that one of the appealing things about Jim and his home. A lot of tradition remained, like where the phone was located, despite cells and all the other convenient technologies available. "Mr. Lawson, it's Mr. Milton." Jim looked up, waved a thank you at her, and slowly rose from his chair. The change in the room was instant, both Tim and Sam only too aware of what the call was about. They watched as the old man shuffled towards the doorway before disappearing into the hallway. Once he was gone, they exchanged a glance, neither needing words to convey what they both already knew. Despite the faint murmur of his voice floating back to them, Jim's words were unintelligible. Sam continued eating, though slowly and with less enthusiasm. They both had known this moment would eventually come, and now that it had, felt a little uneasy about it. "Guess I don't need to tell you what that was about," Jim said as he slowly made his way back to the table. Watching him move pained Sam, his age more than visible by his slow and lethargic steps. He did have a wheelchair at his disposal, but stubbornness was not something that faded with age. If anything, it only increased. "Is it urgent?" Sam asked, but didn't need the answer revealed to her. Jim simply nodded as he dropped back into his chair. "With John, it always is. A taxi is coming first thing in the morning to take you to the private airport in Moorabbin. The Milton Ward jet will be waiting for you." He picked up a lamb chop, looked at it, then dropped it back on the plate. The mood for eating had left him, and Sam wondered whether there was a pinch of loneliness within him. If that's the case, I might get an early night," Tim said, wiping his mouth and dropping the napkin on his plate. "The horses wore me out today." Jim barely looked up, giving the younger man a cursory wave. Tim rose, walked past Sam, and gave her a kiss on top of her head. She reached up, hugged his head, then let go. "Good night," she said as he headed from the room. As if on cue, Mrs. Tomlinson came from the kitchen and began to clear the table. Sam, always the helper, rose and began to stack some of the plates together.
"No, please, child, I do,"
the older woman said, her thick accent barely legible. Sam returned her smile and sat back down. She looked across the table to where Jim sat, his head down and staring at a notepad beside his glass of water. "Are you okay?" Unsure of whether he heard her, Sam rose and walked to the other side of the table.
What's that?"
he asked, looking up at her. "Is everything okay, Jim?" she repeated.
"Yes, of course. Just a little tired. Would you mind joining me for a good night drink in the living room? I think I have a little cognac left in that cupboard over there."
He pointed towards a wall unit Sam knew to contain some of the finer selections of Jim's spirit range. "Sure," she replied and went to get the bottle. With the cognac in hand, Sam followed Jim through to the home's largest room, a huge living area that had an entire wall made of glass, giving the occupants a gorgeous view across the bay during the day. If the room lights were dimmed at night, one could see the lights of the homes in the distance. But tonight, they were switched off completely, only the fireplace giving off its usual warming glow. Jim dropped down into his chair and began to gently rock to and fro. His eyes glazed over a little as the flames consumed him, the attention of the man drawn deep within himself. Sam sat the bottle and 2 glasses down on the table, poured, then sat in the adjoining rocker, feeling the soothing warmth of the flames on her face. The old man reached for the glass and barely shifted his gaze.
"I miss her,"
he suddenly said, catching Sam off guard. "Who?"
"Your grandma. She was an amazing woman, Sam. An incredible police officer."
He took a sip from his glass and nodded to himself. Behind them, Mrs. Tomlinson finished clearing the table and disappeared back into the kitchen in a crescendo of rattling dishes. Sam heard the door close before the silence of the flames resumed, sending the occasional crackle into the room. "I wish I could have met her." She sensed Jim's sadness and understood the moment for what it was. Having her here, in a way, had a knock-on effect for him, almost as if her grandmother had been here herself. Sam sipped, feeling the heat of the liquor linger in her throat.
"It has been almost 60 years, and I can still smell the wood chips as if it was yesterday."
He gazed long and hard into the flames, as if alone in the room.
60 long years to remember a night that should never have happened. I often wonder if changing anything could have saved her, could have prevented what can only be described as a nightmare.
He sipped again, his face hardening as he swallowed, taking on the exterior of a brick.
"Fucking lightman,"
he snarled, so suddenly Sam jumped in her seat. As if 70 years younger, Jim suddenly sat upright, gripped his glass tight and flung it into the fire. The glass exploded into the flames, a cloud of sparks briefly billowing up and out as the alcohol ignited. Sam looked from the fireplace back to Jim and watched as he began to cry, long, slow sobs that sounded gut-wrenching. She went to stand, but he held a hand up, beckoning for her to remain where she was.
Please don't. I'll be all right. Just let it get the better of me, that's all. I'll be all right."
Sam remained where she was, gripping her own glass a little tighter as Jim wiped his face with a hanky. After getting himself back under control, he turned to her and smiled, the piercing blue eyes still as aware and switched on as if he'd been a young man again. Jim stood and slowly shuffled towards an old-style roller desk that sat in the corner. The top of it was closed like a shutter after sundown. He ruffled through one of the drawers, Sam watching him for any signs that he might lose control again. But the old man held it together, returning to his seat a few moments later, a small envelope held in one hand. Sam observed as he opened one end and began pulling a number of items from it. The darkness of the room kept most of them in the shadows, but she did see a tiny book, something some might call a diary.
I've wanted to share these with you for some time. I guess now is as good a time as any.
He dropped most of the items into his lap, but kept the black book in his hand, opening the first few pages.
I often considered destroying this. Maybe I should have. But something inside me kept telling me not to, as if it had another purpose to fulfill before that day.
He closed it and held it out for Sam. What is it?
That is your great-grandfather's diary, if you will, his confession. That is the closest you will ever come to knowing who he was and why he did what he did.
Sam took it, suddenly aware of her racing heart. The book felt cold despite the heat of the room. As if on cue, a chill suddenly gripped her, running down the length of her spine like a direct jolt from Lucifer himself. The words stared back as Sam began to read random passages, flicking a page, then a dozen. The writing was neat and appeared carefully arranged on the blank pages, with no lines visible. He's inside me, you know, she suddenly said, even before she knew the words were coming. Jim looked across at her and nodded.
Yes, I know. He was inside your mum as well. Only she wasn't as strong as you. I think Lucifer got to her long before she had any chance to build up a resistance to him.
Why did they call him Lucifer?
It was the townsfolk. The press had dubbed him the Dalesford Devil after the town. It was probably too much of a mouthful for most. Lucifer just happened to roll off the tongue a little easier.
I can't imagine what she went through.
Your mum was one tough kid. What that monster made her watch, it made grown men cry in horror. She dealt with a lot of shit, Sam. Don't ever blame her for what she did.
I don't.
Here,
he said, holding something out to her. Sam held her hand out and watched as Jim dropped something small and shiny into it.
I don't know how it managed to survive, but that's your grandmother's engagement ring.
She was engaged? Sam looked up, surprised.
Briefly. Your mum's father was killed in a road accident before anything ever really happened. It was Darren Fermaner that found the ring a few days after the...
He paused, trying to compose himself again.
After what happened, it was lying under the chipper itself.
Sam looked at the solitaire, noting a deep groove on one side of the band. She imagined what had made the groove, the force of the machine that had claimed her grandmother's life in the process. I can't imagine what she went through, the horror.
She saved us. If it wasn't for her, both Judith and I would be dead, and Darren as well. Your grandmother saved our lives, and she made sure that Lightman would never hurt anyone again.
He looked at Sam as he spoke, sounding almost political as he finished, sure that Lightman's misery had been ended that night. But she didn't end it, Sam whispered, looking down at the ring again. Lightman continued to hurt people, and still does today. Jim frowned a little, only too aware that the illusion of Lightman's demise had only ever been superficial. Despite telling himself that the horror had ended that night, the lie had never really taken hold, the truth sitting just below the surface.
No, she didn't, and now the horror lies within you.
So, if I just kill myself, I officially end it. Jim looked a little startled at her. I'm sorry. I don't mean I'm actually going to kill myself, but I do know that the nightmare ends with me, one way or the other.
Yes,
Jim said.
It ends with you.
He looked down into his lap as if accepting the finality of the lineage.
But you aren't just the great-granddaughter of Harry Lightman. You're also the granddaughter of Stephanie Connor, and she is the one you get your strength from. The man may have given you the monster, but it's your grandmother that gave you the strength to control that monster. And that's what makes you so special, Sam. Even more special than your mum. He didn't get to you. You are untouched by the poison. Yes, it may be running through your veins, but that poison isn't as pure as it once was. And that's why you can use it to your advantage, just the way your grandma used it to hers.
Sam listened as Jim seemed to bring sense to where confusion had reigned for so long. The words he spoke opened her mind to the thoughts that had lived in the darkest parts of her mind since she was little. He understood more about her than she may have understood about herself. He picked up the final item, briefly looked at it, and then held it out to her. Sam took the photo and gazed at the young woman standing dressed in her police uniform. Whilst her appearance may have been considered weak when compared to some of the men she no doubt worked with, it was the steely gaze Sam saw that she recognized immediately. Those eyes held all the strength in the world within them, strength she suddenly felt within herself. "Thank you, Jim, for everything." Sam stood, leant down and kissed the top of the old man's head, then followed it up with a hug. Jim reached up and held her close with one arm.
I think you'll be fine, as long as you remember who's boss. Stephanie lives inside you just as much as Lightman. Never forget that.
She turned and headed for the door, turning back a final time. Jim sat quietly, continuing to gaze into the flames that played out his memories. Sam smiled, then turned and headed upstairs, feeling a little stronger and more prepared to meet the ensuing challenges. Chapter 3. The cab arrived a little after 6 the following morning, collecting 2 ready-to-serve agents of Pogram. Each felt refreshed in a way neither thought possible. After farewelling both Jim and Mrs. Tomlinson with hugs and kisses, they climbed into the vehicle, then turned for final waves as it slowly drove down the long driveway. It wasn't until the 2 figures disappeared behind a thick hedge that they turned back to the front. The trip to the airport took almost an hour, and the pair simply stared out of their respective windows. Neither spoke, the heaviness of a return to their reality weighing heavy on them. Sam, not used to vacations, struggled a little more. She had only been on 2 her entire life, and neither had been to a foreign country. The thought of returning to her previous world felt strange after such a lengthy break. It wasn't until the cab pulled in through the gates of the airport that Sam spoke the first time, asking the question that had floated just beyond the realm of importance since the previous evening. "Any news on the summons?" she asked, referring to John's phone call. Tim shook his head, pulled out his cell, and stared at the screen.
Not yet, but knowing John, he'll wait until we're aboard before revealing the reasons.
Sam looked out her window again, her mind staring beyond the runways and buildings. "Gonna miss this place." Tim nodded, following her gaze.
I know how you feel. The end of vacations are by far one of the hardest things to get over.
Before them, the plane stood waiting, 2 crew waiting by the stairs in anticipation of their passengers.
Game time,
Tim said as the cab came to a stop, ready to leap back into what he knew best. Just as Tim had predicted, John Milton's call came shortly after their plane had reached cruising altitude. His smiling face appeared on the main television panel just as Sam returned from the bathroom.
John, hey,
Tim said as Sam waved.
I'm sorry for calling you back at such short notice, but there's important matters to discuss.
Shoot, Tim replied. Sam simply nodded, although she didn't know if John could see her.
Either of you aware of Bolton Prison?
Sure, Sam said. Set in California, one of the oldest correctional centers in the state, and also rumored to be one of the worst. John nodded along as he listened.
Precisely. And lately, it seems, also sporting one of the highest death rates in the country. 9 deaths in almost as many weeks. not including those from natural causes, accidents, or witnessed attacks. These 9 are mysteries in themselves.
Do we know how they died? Sam asked.
That's the problem. Judging from their injuries, there's been various reasons. The latest died from a stab wound to the chest. Another was shot. One even drowned.
Drowned? Tim asked.
Yeah, can you believe it?
Where were they found?
Various locations around the prison. In fact, anywhere except the place they should have been, their cells.
So you think someone's been letting them out after dark?
That's what you guys have to find out. What I do know is that someone's been murdering these men. Look into the prison itself, find anything you can, and we'll discuss things in more detail once you land. Enjoy the flight, kids.
Before they had a chance to respond, the feed disappeared and it was just the 2 of them again. Tim looked over at Sam and felt a little homesick for the life they had left behind weeks before. Regardless of how far they traveled, he knew they could never run far enough to escape who they really were.
You all good?
He asked. Sam looked back and he saw something in her face he hadn't noticed before. Was it sadness? Yeah, all good. Think we're going to jail?
Sounds like it. First for me.
Me too. She grabbed the laptop and reclined her seat, balancing the computer in her lap. I'll check this place out if you want to follow up on the deaths. Tim nodded, grabbed his own laptop, and followed Sam's cue. With close to 20 hours of flight time, there would be plenty of opportunity to get familiar with their latest assignment. It wasn't until the captain announced they were flying over Fiji that Sam finally looked up from her computer screen. She had spent most of her time getting acquainted with the people that worked at the prison, namely those in the more managerial positions. The one name she couldn't seem to get away from was Roy Perkins. Whatever article she found, there he was, smiling as brightly as ever, as if the poster child of the infamous institute. It wasn't until she began to dig into his past that her curiosity finally began to pay off. Sam looked across the aisle and found Tim fast asleep, the laptop sitting on the seat beside him. She couldn't recall seeing him close his computer, too engrossed in her own research, something that didn't surprise her. Her attention had always been one of her weak points, something others saw as a strong point. It was her father that had pointed out the downside to having such unrelenting focus.
Learn to separate your focus between in here and out there,
he used to say, tapping her on the temple, then waving at the empty room.
The real danger lives in both. You must understand that one can never be more than the other.
She picked up her cell, opened the contacts, and found his name. Beside it was a photo of him in his SEAL uniform. It had been taken by her mom years before and remained a favorite. Sam ran her finger across the photo, missing her family for the first time in a long time. Despite the years that had passed since her mother's death, time refused to heal the pain, as if keeping it as an endless reminder of her own heritage. Sam closed her eyes, held the cell in her lap, and thought about the reason for her mother's suicide. A brief smile crossed her lips as her mother's beaming face filled her mind, then slowly faded as another face crept into view, one she had fought hard to keep in check. Harry Lightman stared back at her, a grotesque grin on the face Sam had only ever seen in an old black-and-white newspaper. His was the face of a monster that had destroyed her past and now threatened to destroy her future. "You'll never win, you son of a bitch," Sam whispered into the plane's cabin. Inside her mind, Harry Lightman began to laugh, a low, scowling cackle that screamed its contempt at her. "Never," Sam repeated.
"Hey, kiddo, wake up,"
Tim repeated, giving Sam a light shake. She slowly opened her eyes, then squinted as the bright afternoon sunshine streamed in through the window. "Where are we?"
"Pilot said we're about to fly over the Hawaiian Islands. Hungry?"
She nodded, then sat up a little as the smell of freshly cooked bacon hit her. "Starving," she said, her stomach growling a little. The attendant waited for Sam to raise her seat, then set a tray across her armrests, the meal staring back, looking incredible. "Thank you," Sam said, a yawn suddenly gripping her tightly. She tried her best to stifle it, but it only served to increase its ferocity, leaving Tim giggling back at her. "Geez, need some more sleep?" "I must have died. Seriously, I don't even remember falling asleep." They ate in silence, the food too good to spoil with conversation. Freshly squeezed orange juice was the perfect companion, and Sam had her glass topped 3 times before her food had disappeared. Tim stared dumbfounded at her. "Where the hell do you put it? Hollow legs?" "I'll never tell," she said, before taking the final sip from her glass. "Did you find anything interesting?" Sam asked once the trays were removed again and they were left alone. "Interesting to say the least. John wasn't wrong when he said things were weird at that prison. One of the prisoners had in fact been found dead in the prison kitchen, drowning listed as the cause of death." "Surely authorities are investigating these deaths." "Some, yes, but with no camera footage, eyewitnesses, or substantial evidence, a lot of them seem stalled. I can see why John wants us in there. Someone is playing with these men's lives, someone who definitely doesn't have their best interest at heart." "Certainly an interesting one. I wonder how we go in." "I dare say I'll be an officer." He paused, smirked a little, then baited Sam. "You could always work in administration, as a typist or something." "Hey," Sam yelled, taking the bait. "Fuck you. Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean—" she began, but Tim held his hands up in surrender. "Always the biter," he quipped, then ducked as Sam launched a pair of pillows in his direction. As if to drive home her disgust in his sexist remark, she launched a third pillow, catching him off guard. It hit him square in the face and fell into his lap. Okay, you win. Poor taste." He picked up the pillows and sat them beside him. "Prison is not somewhere I ever thought I'd find myself." "Just look on the bright side," Sam said. "At least you'll be on the right side of the fence."
"You're going in as a convicted felon,"
John Milton said later that evening. Tim looked up from the sheets of paper Mama had laid before him, confusion written across his face.
"Felon? Yes. We need eyes and ears on both sides of the fence, and, well, Sam isn't quite up to the standards of an inmate in a men's maximum security facility."
John sounded matter-of-factly, missing the surprise in Tim's voice.
"But I thought we were going in as officers,"
he began, but John lowered his own sheets and stared back across at him.
"Look, this isn't how I ever imagined running an operation, but something is very wrong at Bolton Prison. It wasn't until a phone call from an old friend that I even knew anything to be wrong at all. The staff at that facility have done an amazing job of keeping things out of the media."
"It's true," Mama added. "Nothing showed up on my radar, and I make it a habit of finding these things." Tim groaned, sighed, then sipped his coffee. Sam peered at him from across the table, for the first time feeling nervous. "What about me?" she asked. John looked back at her and dropped the papers on the table, removed his glasses, and rubbed his eyes for a long time. The others sat silently as they watched him, sensing the man's internal battles. When he finally looked back up, his eyes were red from rubbing, resembling a kind of fatigue Sam knew all too well.
"I'm not even entirely sure I want to go through with this at all."
He looked at Tim, then Sam, pausing as he met each of their gazes.
"This is not going to be easy. For a start, there'll be very limited communication, especially from Tim. As a prisoner, you won't have the benefit of an earpiece or cell phone. We can't risk you being discovered with sophisticated comms in your possession. You'll be on your own for the most part, listening and getting into the main population."
He paused again, as if giving Tim an opportunity to ask questions, but Tim simply sat and stared back, his face as blank as the television screen on the wall. John nodded slightly, then turned to Sam.
"I considered sending you in as an officer. It would be a great cover, but—"
He stopped, finishing the final word on a high, then continued.
"But as an officer, you'd be limited with the hierarchy. They would essentially control your movements around the prison. I had another idea, something maybe considered a little left field.
Left field?
In addition to normal correctional staff, the prison also houses dozens of support staff, partners, if you will. These include medical staff, educational staff, and other various support roles. My thoughts are to send you in as a therapist, a mental health therapist to be exact. This will give you not only access to all the units of the prison, but also put you in the position of working with pretty much any prisoner you need to.
Once he finished talking, John paused and waited for Sam to answer him. She looked as if thinking over the possible role, but failed to give her approval. John, I'd love to say yes, but I don't know the first thing about psychological support. If I was questioned on this, she began. John looked a little annoyed with her opening sentence, but listened the way he always did. It was one of his defining qualities and one that Sam respected him for most. He was always open to suggestions, no matter how strongly he felt for his own ideas.
You'd rather go in as an officer?
Sam slowly nodded, feeling as if she was somehow letting him down.
Here's the deal. I have no contacts inside that place. Once you two are inside, you're effectively on your own. No backup, no escape, no hitting the big red button and ending the game. Whatever goes on inside, you two will need to work through. Having said that, we do have one small bonus on our side.
John picked up the remote and pointed it at the television monitor. It sprang to life, paused on the blue startup screen, then displayed a photo of an old man, one Sam recognized immediately. Dyson Montgomery? John looked at her, surprised.
Yes, the ex-warden from Folsom State. I've known Dyson for almost 30 years. He may not know my entire business, but I can remedy that to a certain degree. His son-in-law happens to be one of the shift supervisors at Bolton. If I get Dyson to have a word in his ear, it may get you in through the doors wearing an officer's uniform. I'd still prefer the other way, but if this is what you choose, Sam, then you know I'll back you.
Thank you, John, she said, a faint blush rising in her cheeks.
Now listen, guys.
John started, leaning forward in his chair.
I don't need to remind you that this is uncharted territory for us. You will only have each other once inside. Find whoever is doing this shit, then get out. Same rules apply as always. Prove who's doing this and end them if you need to. No, I won't rest easy till you're both safely home.
We'll be careful, Tim offered, still coming to terms with his role in the operation.
Mama, anything further to add?
All eyes turned to her, and now it was her turn to feel a little heat in the cheeks, not one for unwanted attention. The only contact we will have is before and after each shift, she began, speaking to Sam. Officers don't carry cell phones, and I don't trust the rest of the communications network not to be bugged. We can't risk getting caught out, and as usual, have to assume everyone is in on it. Until we find a name, you're well and truly on your own. She turned to Tim, and Sam noticed her demeanor change. I wish there was some way we had of keeping in contact, but with strip searching, other inmates, and the risks of anything being found, I'd say we're best off laying as low as possible.
All right,
John said, reclaiming their attention.
Tim, you'll meet with a Sheriff Augustine at this location on Tuesday morning.
He held out a small slip of paper and Tim reached for it. His face remained blank.
Roger will take you into custody and drive you to the prison himself. He'll be the only one who knows the reason for your incarceration. Once inside, keep your eyes and ears open. Anything you need to relay back to us will be via this number.
He handed Tim a second slip.
That number is a private line that feeds back to Mama. Have it added to your prison phone list when you can, and remember that when speaking with her, the lines are monitored. Oh, and I was thinking that the code you guys used during that operation on the tugboats would be perfect here.
Tim looked up.
The dogs?
Mama giggled a little.
Oh, Lord, I forgot all about them.
The dogs? Sam asked curiously.
We had radios to communicate with while hunting a killer a few years ago. Open mics, that kind of thing. We used famous dogs' names as a code. You know, Cujo was the killer, Lassie was one of the captains, the littlest hobo was this random guy that kept popping up.
Mama laughed.
The littlest hobo, he was so funny,
Mama cooed. Sam watched on, amused at the reactions the memories brought back, but then she saw Tim's expression change as dramatically as Mama's laugh cutting off. Something unwanted had resurfaced, and both knew it almost simultaneously.
I'm sorry,
Mama whispered. Tim shot her a brief smile, a wink, and picked up his cup, hiding his face behind it as he sipped. Sam didn't need to ask, suspecting that somehow Evelyn Jansen was the reason behind the change of mood. Tim's girlfriend would have died after the tugboat operation during a subsequent case, and Sam assumed she may have been part of this memory.
All right, then,
John interjected, breaking the spell of the moment and bringing them back to the matter at hand.
I think that covers everything. Any more questions?
No one spoke.
Then I think we're good to go. Keep us updated as much as possible, and if anything begins to look like either of you are about to end up in the shit, phone Mama. I don't care if I have to land a fucking helicopter extraction team in the main yard of Bolton Prison to get you two out.
John stood and walked to where Tim was sitting. He stood beside him and held his hand out. Tim rose and shook with his mentor, then pulled him in for a hug. The backslapping that men always seemed to add followed. Once done, John walked to Sam and repeated the sequence, minus the backslapping.
Please be safe. Take care of each other, and if you need anything.
He didn't need to finish the sentence, everyone only too aware of the dangers ahead. Things were about to become more serious than Sam had ever known, in a place where options were as limited as exits. They were headed to prison, one of the most unpredictable places on the planet. Chapter 4.
A felon,
Tim whispered as Sam pulled her Mustang out of the Pogram compound a few minutes later. It made sense to rideshare, considering they both lived within the company housing complex set up by John Milton himself, one of the many rewards he bestowed on his team. Sam was only too willing, having missed her wheels, one of the first benefits she'd received after joining the secretive organization. "You're worried?" Sam asked, guiding the car slowly down the drive back towards the main road.
Nervous, I guess. Never been to prison before.
He waited as they neared the road, knowing Sam was about to do her thing. Despite being a main road of sorts, it ran very little traffic at the best of times and almost none at 5 a.m. He reached down beside himself and gripped the edge of the seat, preparing for her usual play. As the Mustang rolled onto the road and Sam made sure no headlights were approaching from either side, she floored the gas pedal, the engine roaring to life as Tim was pushed back into his seat. He looked across at his partner and saw the exhilaration race across her face almost as fast as the car sped down the road. Sam's eyes remained locked on the road ahead, flicked from second to third, then third to fourth once the revs reached fever pitch again, before finally easing off the gas. She looked at Tim, who was staring back and shaking his head.
"What?"
she asked, giggling a little.
"Such a kid,"
he said, reaching absently for the cigarettes in his shirt pocket. Sam's look morphed instantly, and he simply tapped his pocket while nodding.
"Sorry, forgot."
"All I can say is get your story straight. I've watched prison shows before, on National Geographic and stuff. They always question newbies. Always. The good thing is you won't need to prepare for it the way I do."
"Why's that?"
"Because as a first-timer, you're expected to know nothing. No one is going to be looking for an undercover agent except maybe for whomever is responsible for the killings. Just be as wide-eyed as possible and you'll be fine." Tim nodded, but just enough to show Sam that he was listening. Inside, he was nervous, more nervous than he'd ever been before. With Tim living in the home directly behind Sam's, she pulled into her own driveway with her partner wishing her a good sleep before disappearing into what was left of the night's darkness. Sam waited until he'd turned the corner before hopping out of her car and making her own way inside. But once Sam was standing in her kitchen, any thoughts of sleep quickly disappeared. Instead, she grabbed her laptop and popped it on the kitchen table. Once she'd fixed herself a cup of hot milk and honey, she sat down and began to Google pages upon pages of prison information. While Tim didn't need to know a single thing about prison life and protocol, the same couldn't be said for her. As an experienced officer, she would be scrutinized by the prisoners as well as the staff, especially those involved in her recruitment process. There were procedures to learn, ranks as well as rules and regulations. But above all, it was the prison lingo that she needed to memorize, the kinds of weird words prison people used instead of proper English. With a very limited amount of time before she would be expected to make an entrance, every second counted. Sam sipped her milk, a special concoction her father had introduced to her. It was something he'd always had whilst on deployment, perfect for a pick-me-up and something she now needed. Jet lag had never been something she handled well, and with the added stress of a new job at hand, it was taking its toll on her. The milk was the perfect comfort. Flicking through the pages, Sam lost herself in a world that felt completely foreign to her. Prison had never been something she'd thought about, and given Pogram's stance on serial killers, not somewhere she ever considered following one into. But now that she was destined to see the other side of the walls, her curiosity had taken over, taking her from one subject to the next in a kind of endless web-surfing session. It wasn't until she looked up again that she saw the wall clock reading almost noon. Her shoulders ached, and as she sat forward, she noticed the weights attached to her eyelids for the first time. A yawn gripped her so suddenly that for a moment she thought her mouth would split from the sudden reflex, an experience she'd had on more than one occasion. After rinsing her cup and placing it on the dish rack, Sam headed for bed, crawled under the blankets, and closed her eyes. Words like shank, iced, bang, and Chester continued to circle her mind as she struggled for sleep to take her. And when it finally did, it was familiar territory she found herself in, where Harry Lightman was already waiting for her. Despite knowing she was dreaming, Sam somehow hoped that she wasn't. She was standing in a vast field, the hill one of many dotting the landscape. The sky was fiercely blue overhead, but for some reason the air felt as if it was about to rain. It was just another confusing aspect that highlighted where she was even more. There was a cabin a few hundred yards away, a simple log hut with a couple of windows and a chimney, beautiful whips of smoke climbing into the sky. Sam looked around and found a clump of trees some distance away, the bird song coming from it sounding sweet. But as she turned back to the hut, a dread began to build inside her, one she recognized instantly. The hut wasn't real, and neither were the birds behind her, nor the grass beneath her feet. Waiting inside that single dwelling was a presence she knew she couldn't outrun, no matter how fast she sprinted back down the hill. That presence was connected to her in a way that parents would sometimes sense when their baby was in danger or needed help. It was a connection on the most spiritual level, but neither a benefit to her or something she wanted.
"Come and see me, Samantha,"
A voice spoke inside her mind. It was Harry calling to her from inside that building.
"We have so much to talk about."
"We have nothing to discuss," she whispered, taking a step forward defiantly.
"You're wrong. We have plenty to discuss."
Sam turned sharply, almost scoffing at the voice, and began to walk back down the hill. It was the first time she noticed her bare feet, now painfully maneuvering through jagged pebbles and stones as the soft grass began to thin. "Samantha?" A new voice called, although this one as real as any she'd ever heard, the sound gentle and soft. She turned back and saw a woman standing halfway between the cabin and herself. "Sam?" It was her mother, of that she was sure, despite the woman appearing closer to her own age than what she was when she died. "Mum?" The figure simply waved to her, beckoning for her to return. Sam paused, held her breath, and watched as her mom carefully stepped towards her. She felt the surreal emotions, but still questioned whether it was the dream or that other presence, the one she knew to be controlling this entire spectacle. "Sam?" Her mom called again, and Sam watched as the woman grabbed at her abdomen painfully before falling to her knees. "Mom!" Sam shouted, then broke into a run, the pain of her feet cutting across the sharp rocks unnoticed. She reached the figure in seconds, slid down to her knees a few paces from where her mother was kneeling, and came to a stop almost beside her. "Mom," she whispered again. Her mother was still hunched over, her face pressed almost against her knees. She seemed to be hiding something, and Sam began to feel uneasy as she sat next to the woman. Finally, the figure raised her head a little, still hiding her face. "There's no running from him, Samantha," the voice whispered. "You have to face him if you want to beat him. Up there, in the cabin, he's waiting for you. And when you're near him—" But her voice faded out as a scream rose from somewhere behind them. Sam turned and looked up the hill, saw two people standing on the small veranda. Harry Lightman grinned back at her, his face a grotesque mass of scars and rotting flesh.
"This bitch is too weak to help you,"
he snarled, the voice more inside her own mind than out in the open. He had one arm around the chest of a woman, the monster standing behind her as if using her as a shield. His other hand was cupping the woman's chin, forcing it to stare back at her. It was her mother, standing before Lightman like a sacrificial lamb. Sam looked back down to where her mother was actually kneeling, but of course she'd vanished. This was Lightman's world, one he controlled with mere thoughts.
"Too fucking weak to help you,"
he snarled again, then whipped the woman around and buried his face deep in the crook of her mother's neck. Sam didn't know whether the scream was her own or her mother's, the shrill voice piercing the blue sky as it instantly transformed into thunderclouds, sunshine instantly disappearing behind a wall of stormy wrath. A second scream rose into the sky, and Sam watched as her mother crumpled to the ground, revealing a grinning Lightman, his face smeared with the blood of a victim he'd brutalized again and again. The third scream was enough to bring Sam back to reality as she fought frantically to loosen the blankets that had entwined her legs like shackles. Sam looked around the room, the sun streaming in through the window, the heat blasting through the room like a furnace. Her brow felt drenched, and when she wiped her face, the sweat dripped down her fingers in little rivers. "Prick," Sam muttered as she pulled the blankets back. The dream began to fade almost the moment her feet hit the floor, save for that final grinning apparition of the monster still living inside her. For the first time in a long time, she suddenly had the taste in her mouth, the taste that drove her own insatiable appetite for flesh. Without hesitating, Sam went into the kitchen, grabbed a can of Coke, and snapped the top. The first gulp barely touched the sides, refusing to do what it was meant to. But as Sam chugged a couple more times, the craving began to subside, just the way it always had. It was the best trick her father had ever taught her, the simple art of deflection working its magic. Once Sam was sure the craving had disappeared, she dropped the dead soldier in the trash and headed for the bathroom. Her clothes still clung to her uncomfortably, the sweat barely pausing with the cold beverage. A minute later, the shower turned on, and shortly after, Sam hopped in for a cool moment of tranquility. Tim dropped by a little after the sun went down, letting himself in through the back door. They had an understanding, and as their homes sat front to back, had organized a gate to be installed along the dividing fence. "You eatin'?" she asked as he came into the kitchen.
"Nah, not hungry,"
he answered, hopping up and sitting on her counter the way he always did when watching her cook. "Eaten anything today?" Tim shook his head. "Need to eat, especially now. Who knows when you'll get another proper meal?" Not bothering to wait for an answer, Sam went to the fridge and began to pull various ingredients out, depositing them on the counter next to Tim. "I'm just nervous, you know? It's weird. With everything we get up to, why the hell would this make me nervous?" Know when you're going in? Tomorrow afternoon. Was a slight delay, but now it's all set. Meetings at 2 in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. Flying out early morning. Sam continued to build the salad as 2 steaks sizzled in the pan. She paused when hearing the fear in his voice. Together, remember? We'll get through it together. She dropped the knife and lettuce and went to him, put her arms around his neck and gave him a hug. There was nothing sexual about the move, and both understood what it meant. Thanks, Tim said as Sam pulled away and resumed prepping. Did you hear there was another one? What, a murder? Franklin Hauser was found beaten beyond recognition in the prison laundry's old storage room. The area had been mostly abandoned, used to store nothing more than a couple of metal trolleys and a few empty barrels. With the main storage area having moved to an adjacent room with more modern facilities, the small space had been mostly forgotten, the room all but boarded up. The body had been discovered by a couple of officers after a search of the prison was initiated when Hauser was deemed missing from his cell. He'd been in the prison's medical wing, and footage had been retrieved showing him entering a bathroom before miraculously disappearing into thin air. It wasn't until the following morning's wake-up count that the problem came to light. The prison had its first prisoner count at precisely 8 a.m. It was also when the night and day shift staff swapped over, those coming off work leaving the prison just before that morning count. It was Roy Perkins himself who fronted the media, appearing in his trademark gray suit, white shirt, and a tie that resembled some sort of fruit orchard. Perhaps it was his attempt to bring a little color into the lives of those he interacted with on the inside. But as Sam watched the press conduct their questions, it wasn't Perkins Sam noticed. Instead, her attention was caught by an officer standing a little behind the warden, just over his left shoulder. While Perkins sported an expression as blank as printer paper, this man had an angry scowl that screamed attitude. "Who's that guy?" she whispered. Tim was finishing off his plate of food and either didn't hear her or chose to ignore it as he gnawed on the remnants of the T-bone. Sam picked her cell up, dialed, and held it to her ear whilst keeping her attention on the angry man. "Mama, have you seen the press conference at Bolton from this afternoon? Can you find out who the man behind the warden is?" "Yeah, the angry one." "You do? Perfect, thanks." She hung up, Tim still focusing on the bone. He didn't need to ask, knowing what Sam was after. He'd worked in the field long enough to know the questions, the answers, and everything in between. The two of them continued to watch and listen, Perkins talking a lot without actually saying anything. He was the perfect politician, able to acknowledge reporters before deflecting their questions with the grace of a salesman. Sam knew she didn't like him and loathed the first time she would stand face to face with the man. "You watch yourself in there, you hear me?" she repeated, still watching the angry man. For him, the butterflies in her stomach were enough of a warning, that instinctual tap on the shoulder that always seemed to prove correct. "And if anything looks to be going pear-shaped, you don't hesitate to call Mama." It was the first time Tim looked up, saw the concern on his partner's face, and understood that his own worries weren't alone. "Same with you." Sam nodded in return. The phone rang a few moments after the press conference ended, and Sam answered it on the second ring. "Mama?" "All right, sugar, I have what you asked. I'll shoot it across via email. Angry man is right. That dude has quite a colored history. You two kids watch yourselves around him," the voice said, echoing the concerns for a third time. "Thanks, Mama. We will, I promise." Sam hung up, reached for her laptop, and flipped it open. A moment later, she was reading the contents of the email, the attachments listing a history of a man she would shortly be working under. When Mama said that Lance Henderson had a colored background, she wasn't mincing her words. The man had a 30-year history in some of the toughest prisons in California, including 12 in San Quentin and 7 at Pelican Bay. There were multiple infractions for assaulting prisoners and 4 for assaulting staff. His file read like the latest Mark Dawson thriller, filled with confrontations and violence. The man had a habit of kicking ass and taking names, generally speaking with the earlier before the latter. After a fiery confrontation with the warden of San Quentin, Henderson had shirt-fronted his superior and taken a swing, but another officer had intervened, probably saving the angry man from his own stint in a cell. After a short vacation, he quickly found a new position at Pelican Bay, where he continued his run of attitude and toxic aggression towards anybody who didn't agree with him. But it was when he married his wife Helen and became the brother-in-law of Bolton's own deputy warden that Henderson found himself a permanent home. This time there would be no question of his own authority, elevated to the rank of captain within a few very short years. With that position under his belt, he was the highest-ranked man in uniform, a rank some referred to as God. The violence, intimidation, and aggression didn't end, continuing on with several official complaints raised against him. But with a brother-in-law in a very persuasive position, including a certain acquaintance with the state governor himself, Henderson had a virtual ticket to run things how he saw fit. After scanning the documents a second time, Sam noticed that through the pages there was no mention of a single confrontation between the fiery captain and the warden himself. There was also no information that the pair ever crossed paths, despite working in a very close proximity to each other. Sam only paused when Tim decided to head home. He had sat quietly for the majority of the evening, flicking through his cell and trying to take his mind off the task ahead. Sam could see it wasn't working too well and almost considered calling John Milton herself, maybe asking if it was possible to get Tim into an officer's uniform instead. But she knew what the answer would be, understanding that they needed the information from the prisoner's side as much as from the officer's side of things. The pair had a brief farewell at the door, hugged a final time, and Sam watched as Tim slowly made his way across the small yard back to his own home. She remained leaning against the doorframe as his inside light switched on, then watched as he walked up the stairs to his bedroom. Only once the lights were off again and she knew he'd be restlessly trying to get some shut-eye did she return to the laptop. After another 40 or so minutes, Sam finally closed the computer and sat on the couch, simply staring into the void beyond the television screen. The volume was down and it was the visions playing out in her mind that kept her attention. Prison. The word itself held a kind of hypnotic focus over her. She suddenly remembered the diary Jim had given to her during that final meeting, a final gift to the world from the monster now safely residing inside her mind. That little black book held the thoughts and feelings of a man who was angry enough with the world that he made it pay for his troubles, murdering relentlessly with little remorse. After retrieving the diary from her jacket pocket, Sam returned to the living room, switched off the lights on the bottom floor of the dwelling, then made her way upstairs after grabbing her ritualistic can of Coke. She always kept one close on her nightstand in case she awoke in the night with the craving. It was the craving that frightened her above all, remembering the only time she ever gave in to it before she worked with Pogram. It had been a long time ago, back during her childhood, tasting the flesh of a bully that had tormented her for months. It was that very event that had led to her father taking over all schooling and leading his child through the process that would turn her into the woman she would eventually become. Once Sam was comfortably lying in bed with the book open in her lap, she began to read, a story as grotesque and confronting as any case notes she'd ever encountered. But while those case notes may have been just as gruesome, they didn't hold one key point. The book in Sam's hands had been written by her great-grandfather, a man known as Lucifer to the locals and dubbed the Dalesford Devil by the press. He had been a serial killer, one of the worst in the history of the country he terrorized, a place Sam had just returned from. The man had the honor of not just one killing spree, but two, the second made possible by a string of mistakes that Jim had highlighted in his own writings called the Lawson Chronicles. While the introduction to the diary began simple enough, the usual parental abuse with an overzealous father who shaped the killer his son would become, it was an event early in life that really grabbed Sam by the throat. Oh my God, she whispered, holding one hand over her mouth as her eyes raced across the page, the words crashing into her brain like mental bricks. Harry Lightman, the boy who would eventually grow to become the infamous serial killer known as Lucifer, had been bullied at school, relentlessly tormented by both students and teachers alike. He eventually snapped, releasing his wrath on a boy who'd made the mistake of pushing him too far. It was a story that sounded familiar to Sam, but as she read the vivid description of how a young Harry had grabbed the unfamiliar kid and first tasted flesh by biting his ear clean off, that she finally felt the chills race through her body. She paused, open-mouthed, with sweat running down her face. Her racing heart hadn't been noticed until she finally looked up from the book, her hand shaking enough to make reading almost impossible. Sam looked down at the page, the words barely legible. Those words, the very writing, they had been put there by Harry himself. The killer had held this very book in his hands, and now it was in hers, like a family heirloom, passed down through the generations like an unwanted guide to the family business. It wasn't until she closed the book that the taste in her mouth really stood out. Before she had a chance to think about it, the can of Coke was snapped open and Sam was taking huge mouthfuls, desperate for the awful taste to disappear. If the phone hadn't rung at that very moment, she was sure a second can would have been needed. "Hey, Daddy," Sam said after hitting the button on her cell.
"Hey, kiddo. How's things? How was the land down under?"
Fantastic, it really was. She tried hard to calm herself enough for him not to notice.
"See any kangaroos?"
"Plenty. Most mornings they were sitting right in the front yard of where we were staying. Dozens of them."
"Glad to hear you had a good time. So, when's my little girl coming home to see your old man?"
She hesitated to answer just long enough for Samuel Rader to sense something wrong.
"Kiddo? You okay?"
"Jim Lawson handed me Harry Lightman's diary, Daddy. I just began reading it. She paused again, wondering whether to share the details of her recent discovery.
"You read about the kid and the ear, huh?"
"You knew?" The surprise shocked her more than she expected. Initially, she felt betrayed, but after reconsidering for a few moments, realized it was silly.
"Jim told me about it as soon as he heard what happened to you. He was part of the reason I acted so quick when it came to pulling you out of school. He felt it was better controlling this thing with you from as early as possible."
It was almost exactly the same. Now it was Samuel's turn to go quiet. "Daddy,
"Yeah, hon."
I can control it. The monster inside, the one you and Mum always knew was there somewhere. I control him."
"I know you do. That's your mum's strength, kiddo."
She paused again, just long enough for Samuel to know she wanted to tell him something that worried her. He waited, giving Sam the time she needed until her words finally came through. "Daddy, I have to go away for a while."
"Away? To another country again?"
"No, I can't say. Not yet. Just know that I love you." She felt the nerves in her chest rise again, just enough to make their presence known.
"I love you too, sweetheart. Just promise me you'll be safe."
She wanted to tell him more, tell him everything so he could make things better the way he always had. But she knew that was impossible. Pogram had a strict rule of nothing going out before a hunt. Until the offender was caught and ended, everything remained a secret. "I promise." There was little else to say, and after a few more nonspecific words were exchanged between them, Sam wished her father a good night and hung up, canceling the call with a flick of her fingertip. The empty soda can was still sitting on the night table beside her, and Sam stared at it for a moment, sensing the taste lingering in her mouth. The craving had disappeared, that god-awful hunger for blood temporarily boxed away again. She wondered how long it would be before it reappeared again, then flicked the thought away like an unwanted housefly. Sam set her cell beside the can, then the book on top before switching the lamp off and laying back. As the darkness filled the room, she hoped that this time Harry wouldn't invade her dreams, hopefully giving her a reprieve for the night. But as sleep began to entangle her and the familiar chuckle reached out through the subconscious curtain, Sam knew it wasn't to be. Harry Lightman was ready to play. Chapter 5. Sheriff Roger Augustine was already waiting for him in the abandoned warehouse when Tim turned up. He'd caught the early flight, landed in San Diego a little after 7, and caught a cab to the closest Burger King. As he sat and ate the final meal of his choosing for an unknown amount of time to come, he finally began to relax, reminding himself of why he was going to prison in the first place. Tim finished the final few fries, slurped the rest of his Coke, and rejoined the cab he'd asked to wait for him. The driver was finishing a cigarette as he leaned against the hood of his cab and gave Tim a wave as he dropped the butt to the ground. After squashing it with his heel, he jumped back into the driver's seat and the pair headed for the rendezvous point. Not wanting any witnesses, Tim had the cab driver drop him a couple of blocks from the meeting point, paid the driver with a crisp $100 note, and told the beaming man to keep the change.
"Thank you, sir. Thank you."
The driver repeated again and again with his strong accent, and Tim had to finally wave him off to make sure he'd go. He stood his ground until the cab disappeared around the corner before walking towards the warehouse. He didn't carry any luggage, just a pack of cigarettes in his pocket, his wallet, and a cheap cell he'd purchased the day before. He couldn't risk anyone accessing his real cell and thus left it back home. For the job ahead, the only tools he needed were already on him, and those he'd have forever.
"Glad you made it,"
the sheriff said as he saw Tim enter the warehouse.
"Anyone follow you?"
Tim shook his head, turned to check a final time, then walked towards his ride. "Guess it's time," was all he could bring himself to say, and simply held his hands out. To his surprise, the sheriff didn't slap the handcuffs on, instead leaning in through his patrol vehicle's window and briefly disappearing. When he came back out, there were the familiar colors of correctional clothing.
"Have to get you to put these on first."
The man held out the bright orange jumpsuit and waited for Tim to take it. This time, Tim didn't hesitate, reverting to his trademark confidence that always seemed to get him through some of the darkest situations. He grabbed the jumpsuit, dropped it onto the hood of the cruiser, and stripped down to his underwear. Augustine stood and watched, a vacant expression on his face, a clear indication that the sequence was something he'd witnessed many times over. Once Tim was standing before him like a typical California correctional inmate, he stepped forward, grabbed his latest prisoner's belongings, and bagged them up.
"You can grab them back off me directly once you're done."
Tim nodded, then held his hands out for the second time. Augustine reached around the side of his belt, grabbed the bracelets, and cuffed Tim's wrists in front of him. The game had officially begun. The drive to the prison took a little over 20 minutes, and Augustine used the time wisely to fill Tim in on all the little details he'd need to know.
"I'm not going to give you too much. You'll just end up screwing the information up, and the inmates will figure you out quicker than a ham sandwich. Go in fresh, act fresh, and don't try and pretend too much. You're in for an attempted carjacking and possession of a firearm."
Carjacking? Why would I try and steal someone's car?
"You got drunk with some friends, saw a vehicle that grabbed your attention, and thought you'd take it for a drive. Only problem was the driver was inside and you got into a scuffle. The police came on site and found the handgun in your possession."
The cruiser stopped at a set of red lights, and Augustine turned around to face Tim, looking at him properly for the first time.
"This place you're about to enter, do not underestimate it for a second. There are some fucked up people inside, people that will kill you as quick as look at you. Now, I don't know what it is that you and your boss get up to, and frankly, I don't want to know. I was told to fake a record and get you inside to investigate a bunch of deaths. If that's true, wah!"
The vehicle behind them honked long and hard as the lights changed to green.
"Son of a bitch,"
Augustine muttered, then turned back and hit a switch on his dash. Tim could see the lights begin to flash all around him as the sheriff turned back to him. Just as he began to talk, the disgruntled driver behind them finally passed, gave a farewell honk, and flipped the bird out the window. Augustine didn't seem to notice, continuing on with his previous speech.
Technically, no one knows you're inside under a false sentence. That is, except me, your boss, and Dyson Montgomery. Dyson filled me in on just enough of what you're up to, and to be honest, I'm not quite sure why. But I respect the man, and that means I'm happy to oblige. Don't fuck this up. The man has earned his retirement, and I'd like to see him continue to enjoy it. He didn't wait for Tim to respond, simply turned back to the wheel, flipped the lights off, and continued on. Tim smiled a little, letting the adrenaline work for him, just as he always did. 2 minutes, Augustine said, not bothering to look back. Tim's stomach tightened a little, but this time he was ready. "Hey, Roger," one of the officers said, waving at Augustine as he walked Tim in through the airlock. "Early transfer?" The man's name was Dunkirk, and he barely registered Tim's presence. "Yep," Tim's escort replied. "RG asked me to drop this one off separately. Something about limited room in the bus. I had to drop these off to Perkins anyway." He held up a bunch of envelopes as the officer gestured for Tim to follow. "Let's go, sport," he said. "1 sec, Roger. I'll get your bracelets back to you." "Oh, no rush. I'll come grab them on my way back through." He didn't bother looking back, simply heading out towards another door, leaving Tim to his fate. Despite already being dressed in prison gear, the officer went through his usual induction process, first giving the new arrival a complete strip search. Tim was given the thorough version, ending the process with a bent-over lunge and a cough. Once dressed again, the correctional officer led Tim back through the induction area and palmed him off to a second CO, this one a woman who reminded Tim of a nasty version of Melissa McCarthy. Her demeanor was as frosty as her appearance, and each question she fired seemed to snap off the final syllable. Tim was glad once she had him sign his induction form and took him to a holding cell. It was empty, save for an old man sitting wrapped up in a blanket in the far corner. "Wait here. Someone will walk you to your unit soon," McCarthy snapped before slamming the cell door shut once her prisoner was safely inside. Tim felt the familiar knot in his stomach as he went to the bench that stretched around the outside of the cell. It had 3 normal walls, no windows, and a front made up entirely of bars. It was exactly how he'd seen it in the movies and now felt the familiar nerves kick in. As he sat, Tim closed his eyes for a moment and tried to regulate his breathing, focusing on the timing of each inhalation. It was a trick taught to him by a psychiatrist early in life and was one of the best ways he knew of controlling his anxiety. "First time, huh?" a voice suddenly said, and Tim looked across to find the old man watching him from beneath the hood of the blanket. "That obvious, eh?" "Afraid so. Picked a hell of a place to start with." "How so?" Tim asked, trying to sound uninformed. "One of the worst places in the state, maybe even the country. Just keep your head down and stick with your own tribe. Rules are different in here than out there. Trust me, I know." Feeling as if he had a chance for his first introduction, Tim stood and walked to where the man was sitting, dropped down beside him, and offered his hand. "Ray Brown," Tim said. The man reached out and shook with him. "Anton Tillerman. I take it it's not your first time, then?" The old man laughed a little, a guttural sound filled with the raspiness of lung issues. "Not quite." "Any advice for a newbie like myself?" He sounded hopeful, and it made Anton smile again. "All I can say is get amongst your own kind as fast as you can. Loners don't tend to last long, if you know what I mean. What you in for?" "Drunken stupidity," he answered, doing his best to sigh as convincingly as possible. "Ah, yes. Been there many times. Know the feeling. Anyone got hurt?" "Just my ego." This time they both laughed. The sound carried out into the induction area, and a voice came back, sounding unhappy with the cheer in the cell. "You 2 clowns want to shut the fuck up?" Anton halted, held a finger to his lips, and shook his head. "Better listen. Don't want to get marked on your first day." "Marked?" Tim asked. "You'll find out, one way or the other." The old man suddenly cocked his leg and let one of the longest farts rip that Tim had ever heard.
His eyes seemed to glaze over as he focused on controlling his asshole and didn't speak again until he was finished.
Prison chow. Doesn't always agree with you.
When Officer McCarthy told Tim that someone would walk him to his unit soon, he expected to wait maybe a half hour. When he was still sitting in the holding cell some 5 hours later, he began to wonder whether they forgot about him entirely. The old man had gone long ago, as had a new kid that arrived just before Anton was taken out. The kid introduced himself as Dusty someone or other and was gone again before they managed to say more than a few words to each other. Then came the crier, the wailer, and the one Tim thought of as the angry man, a short Italian-looking man who spent the half hour in the cell with his face pressed against the bars shouting endless abuse. One of the officers ended up getting him out and moving him to another cell when he finally began to wail like a fire alarm. An officer eventually called out his name just as another was handing out sandwiches, and Tim felt his stomach groan again, this time from the lack of food.
Do I get one of those?
He asked just before he reached the gate.
You'll get fed in the unit,
the CO handing the food out said. The officer who'd called his name grinned at that, and Tim instantly recognized it for what it was. There would be no food.
Let's go,
the CO said, as he led Tim through the building and finally out into sunshine. A narrow walkway lay ahead of them, flanked by high fences topped by razor wire. There were prison yards on either side, and Tim could see some of the inmates walking around within.
Hey, Fish, what you in for?
Someone suddenly called, and Tim felt all eyes turn on him. The officer never paused, continuing towards the far end of the corridor.
Baby raper?
Another called as others began to howl in pleasure. The gate at the far end led into another long corridor, this one flanked by more prison yards. This time, the officer paused by one of the side gates, unlocked it, and herded Tim through. Once inside, Tim waited for the officer to lock the gate before following him towards the unit. This yard was deserted, dominated by a basketball court and a makeshift weight training area in one of the corners. The CO walked to the unit's airlock as Tim eyed the building's many barred windows, several faces staring out at him.
Let's go,
Officer Walton said once the outer airlock door was open. Tim walked inside, the opposite door leading straight into the unit, the window filled with the faces of its residents. Once the outer door was closed, there was a snap on the inner door, and Walton twisted the handle while shooing the inmates back. Questions flew at Tim from all directions, with faces bobbing back and forth in a kaleidoscope of people.
Oxford, I'll leave him in your capable hands,
the CO said, pointing at an older man wearing the thickest glasses Tim had ever seen. Before he had a chance to ask anything else of his escort, the door slammed shut, leaving Tim surrounded by his new roommates. For a moment, everyone simply stared at him, the questions temporarily halted. He was surrounded by around a dozen inmates, while behind them the unit stretched out in an ever-widening arc. Around the top wound a second floor, several prisoners leaning forward on the hand railing that encircled the top half of the unit. Tim knew about both the mixing and segregation of races, with several groups remaining at a distance from the rest. Along the top right were around half a dozen African Americans. The top left appeared to house the Hispanics, their steely-eyed gaze boring through Tim like precision lasers. The ground floor was where the whites seemed to live, with several open-door cells stretched around the outside. Every cell, whether upstairs or downstairs, had a long rectangular window from which behind more faces were watching him. The moment he'd been dreading the most had finally arrived, and with it, the official start to the investigation. He briefly paused, looking around the unit for a quick survey of the layout to familiarize himself with where he'd been placed. But what none of his fellow inmates realized was that the real monster had only just arrived. Once the door had closed and the inmate named Oxford had led Tim towards one of the furthest cells, the rest of the inquisitive bunch seemed to disperse as quickly as they had originally gathered. The questions fired at him remained mostly unanswered, and once Oxford had shown Tim to his bunk, he also left him briefly alone. The cell had 6 bunks, 12 beds in total. He'd managed to grab himself a top bed in one of the furthest from the door. The position offered the perfect view through the window, and Tim figured that anyone wanting to hide something wouldn't want a clear view through the window. It wasn't until he was prepping his bed that the first real inmate came to speak with him. As if already aware of what the questioning would be, Tim mentally prepared for what he knew was about to come.
Done time before, man?
Tim shook his head, held his hand out, and stepped forward. No, first time. Ray Brown.
Guess everyone starts somewhere. Guys call me Mort.
They shook briefly, Tim feeling the strength in the man's grip.
What did they get you for?
Being stupid, Tim repeated, but noted the expression of his latest acquaintance. This time he would need to provide more detail. Tried to jack a Ferrari.
Oh? How'd that work out for you?
Mort said, grinning. Too damn drunk to realize my stupidity.
Maybe I can point you in the right direction. Make sure you don't end up stabbed on your first day.
Tim knew what was happening, remembering Sam warning him about uninvited help being offered. It would land him in debt, and that was considered bad. Mort seemed to notice Tim's hesitation and tried to reassure him.
Don't worry. Not gonna get you to suck my dick or anything. Just looking out for a brother,
You telling me you're not going to want anything in return? Tim asked, tucking in the sides of his sheet. The mattress barely resembled its namesake, a simple lump of foam covered in a torn cover. The stains covering it looked painted on, Tim not wanting to know which part of the body they came from.
Maybe just some of your biscuits at chow time. Love my biscuits.
He smiled as if to emphasize how far his love went. Tim finished fixing his bed, then watched as two more guys walked in, one leading the other. Mort turned to look at the newcomers, then introduced each to the new inmate.
Guys, this is Ray.
Tim held his hand out as Mort pointed to each of the new arrivals.
This here is Ben, and that's Bevan. They bunk in here with us. Yo, welcome to the finest suite in Bolton, man.
The one named Ben said, fist-bumping with Tim instead of the usual handshake.
How many times you been down?
The other one asked, and Tim knew it would be a question he'd have to answer time and again. First time, he replied.
Oh, shit, for real?
Ben turned to Bevan and said,
Dude's gonna be out some smokes.
They both laughed, but Tim saw it wasn't meant as an insult. Instead, it felt more like an acceptance.
You'll catch on quick,
Bevan began.
Just tend to stick to the floor. Hover amongst your own kind, and don't be letting no bitch talk down to you. If they do, you make sure to put them in their place. Oh, and see that dude up there by the end door?
Ben walked a little closer to the window, staring up at the second-floor railing. There were 3 men, all with their jumpsuits top half pulled down, their white T-shirts as bright as fog lights on a dark night.
That middle one is called Gallo. He's the boss in the unit.
Gallo? Tim asked.
Means rooster in Spanish. He's like the big dick around here. Don't be getting on his wrong side.
Bevan turned back to Tim and the others.
He's an all-dayer, so he doesn't have a lot to lose.
All-dayer?
A lifer, bro. He's in for, ever. Damn, you really are fresh,
Mort said. Of course, Tim said, shaking his head a little. Guess I have a lot to learn. Chapter 6. As Tim was getting to know his new bunkmates, Sam was waiting for her own ride to the airport. The Mustang was safely parked in the garage, despite the community being one of the safest in the country. Sam couldn't bring herself to leaving her pride and joy out in the elements. No one knew how long this operation would take, and so she had tucked it away for the foreseeable future. Her bags were waiting beside the front door, and as she sat flicking through the diary for the unknownth time, there was a knock on the door. "Mama?" Sam said as she pulled the door open. "Hey, sugar. Wanted to say goodbye in person. All packed, I see?" she said, looking down at the luggage. "All packed," Sam said. "Not sure how long I have. Cab's on the way." "Listen, this lad's Henderson. I managed to find something else, and it may turn out to be nothing, but who knows? With these types of men, anything is possible." Sam led Mama back into the living room, and both sat on the couch. Mama looked more than a little concerned, and Sam gave her hand a squeeze. He had a child who died a few years back, a son, was aged 15 at the time of the accident. Accident? The kid was riding his skateboard and was hit by a car. The driver was intoxicated and turned out to be a serial offender. Several stints in prison, including 2 where Henderson was working. Sam considered the revelation. You think he's getting payback? I don't know. But what I do know is that in the years since the accident, Henderson has been going to a counselor for help, turning up religiously every week for the past 7 years. I don't understand, Sam said. The session stopped 2 weeks before the first death at Bolton, and can you guess who the first victim was? Sam looked curiously at Mama. You're kidding, right? She asked. Mama slowly shook her head. Nope. Fergus Norman, the same man who hit and killed Henderson's boy. But how? How could that even be possible? Don't they have rules in place for keeping victims and perpetrators separated? Surely someone knew about the relationship between the pair. Normally, yes. What do you mean, normally? Sam asked. Norman was a late transfer, only arriving at the prison 2 days before his death. I guess whoever had him transferred either didn't know about the relationship and didn't bother checking, or the transfer was on purpose. Sam finished. Did anything come of it? Nope. The investigation is still pending, but as far as Henderson goes, he wasn't rostered on at the time of the death. As far as anyone knows, he was home alone. The cab suddenly honked out in the driveway, breaking the spell in the room. Sam looked towards the door as Mama rose to her feet. Just be aware that this Henderson may be on some kind of vengeance rampage. The 2 women hugged briefly, then headed back to the door. Mama grabbed one of the bags as Sam pulled the other outside, then turned back and locked the door. Thank you, Mama, she said, stealing a final hug. You be careful in there, girl, Mama whispered, holding the smaller woman close to her. I will. A moment later, the cab reversed out and drove away, Sam turning back and waving at the woman standing in the middle of the street. Once they turned the corner and Mama disappeared from view, Sam closed her eyes and prepared herself for the road ahead. With Tim already on the job, it was time for Pogram's hunt to begin in earnest. Mama had booked Sam into an apartment complex located almost 10 minutes from the prison. Being in such close proximity, Sam decided that a bicycle would also be a great mode of transport while on this job, and as she opened the door to her new home a few hours later, saw the bike sitting assembled and waiting in her new living room. The keys to her rental car were on the counter. Mama had taken care of all the arrangements, including stocking the cupboards and refrigerator with Sam's usual list of necessities, topped by a case of Coke, 6 of which were already chilling in the fridge. Sam smiled as she ran her fingers across the cold tin, feeling the chill of the only cure she'd ever found for her cannibalistic rage. The apartment itself was smallish, just a single bedroom with a combined kitchen-living area. There was a balcony off from the living room, overlooking the swimming pool below. Despite loving the water, Sam couldn't see herself using the pool during her time here, not while Tim was locked up a few miles away. She had her first shift the following morning, courtesy of Carl Walker, the son-in-law of Dyson Montgomery. Being a shift supervisor for the morning crew meant it was easier to slot Sam into his own shift rather than the preferred evening one, but with very little choice, it would have to do. She hadn't spoken to the man personally, but he did offer John a little reprieve by saying the prison was well understaffed and overtime shifts were a daily commodity amongst the COs. Her uniforms were already hanging in her bedroom closet, 3 complete sets, including utility belt and boots. Sam ran her fingers over the Bolton prison badge, feeling the rough fabric, as if making sure it was real. Once she had the bags unpacked and her clothes all hanging in the closet beside her new uniforms, Sam went and sat at the kitchen table and pulled out her cell. Bolton had an online app for their rostering system, and Sam had complete access, with other shift members' names displayed next to her own. Right then, there was only a single name that interested her, and it wasn't one on her own shift. Henderson appeared to be working the standard day shift, coming in at 9 a.m. and heading back out any time after 6 p.m. The bulk of the officers worked a 3-way rotation, each 8.5 hours long. There were far fewer COs on the night shift compared to the others, and Sam wondered just how much attention was paid to those actually leaving the prison. As far as she knew, Mama had managed to gain access to the prison's CCTV feed, but for some reason it was extremely limited, having not been updated in some years due to budget cuts and poor management. It felt good knowing that at least one of her guardian angels would be keeping an eye on her and Tim. The afternoon passed slowly, and Sam decided that ordering some takeout would be the perfect choice. After swiping through a bunch of local restaurants, she finally ordered herself a large pepperoni pizza, unsure of just how much she'd managed to eat. But once the open box was sitting before her, Sam surprised herself yet again, eventually reaching for the final slice. She giggled a little as she pictured Tim staring at her, the way he always did when watching her eat. "Where the hell do you put it?" he'd say. But the smile quickly faded as she remembered where he was, probably eating something a lot less inviting than pepperoni pizza. After looking at the slice in her hand, the urge to eat had completely disappeared, and Sam simply dropped it back into the box, closed it, and pushed it away. As she lay in bed an hour or so later, Sam stared out through the open window, seeing the faint stars in the dark sky. She wondered about the day ahead, a faint touch of nerves moving around her stomach. Sleep would not come easy for her that night, and when it finally did, Harry Lightman made sure it wasn't restful. The office was dark and stuffy as Sam sat patiently in the chair opposite the warden himself. Perkins was scanning the paperwork that had arrived as part of her transfer, and for a brief moment, it looked as if the warden had spotted something off. He kept tapping his chin with one finger, turning each page of the documents after wetting the tip of his other in a kind of weird rhythmic display. Wet, turn, tap. Wet, turn, tap. Occasionally he'd add a little stare over the rim of his glasses, gazing at Sam with a curious expression. Just as she began to doubt whether the ruse would work, he set the papers down, sat back in the chair, and crossed his arms across the more than substantial chest he carried.
"You look to have quite a bit of experience, Miss Clark,"
Perkins said, now staring across at her in earnest. "Yes, sir," was all she could bring herself to say.
"No, please, call me Chief. All the other officers do. Sir is a little too formal for my liking. Ever been in any bad confrontations?"
His tone sounded pleasant, but it wasn't enough for Sam to drop her own guard. "Yes, in fact, I've ripped the throat out of several pieces of shit, if you must know," she thought to herself. "I've had my share of incidents, nothing that good backup couldn't handle." He smiled, enjoying her answer.
"Backup, of course, and something we promote highly within our own facility."
Despite her shirt being buttoned all the way to her neck, Sam noticed Perkins's eyes repeatedly dropping to her bust. She maintained her eye contact with him and could tell he felt uncomfortable when she didn't look away.
"We have you on the morning shift, but feel free to apply for any of the overtime opportunities as they arise. First come, first served basis."
He leant forward, tapped a button on his phone, and waited for a response. "Yes, Mr. Perkins?" the voice asked.
"Lily, would you send Donald in?"
"Right away," came the response, and a few seconds later the door to the office opened. Perkins immediately rose to his feet.
"Donald here will show you around, give you the grand tour, so to speak."
He motioned for the officer to come closer and meet the prison's latest recruit.
"Donald, this is Tammy Clark. She's joining the morning shift as of today. I think Henderson has assigned her to Delta for the time being."
The man stepped forward and shook with Sam, feeling his warm hand grip hers tightly. He appeared nervous, and she wondered whether there was more between the two men than simple office politics. A moment later, she was following the officer down the stairs and back out into the crisp morning air.
"Worked prisons before, I assume?"
Sam took a couple of quick steps to keep up. Yes, a couple. You been here long?
A few years.
Is it as bad as everyone seems to think? She asked as they neared the first gate.
Probably worse.
Despite Donald laughing, there was very little humor in either the sound of his voice or the eyes staring back at her. That bad, huh? Sam tried to smile back, but found herself caught in the lack of emotion coming from the man. She could tell he was nervous, but was unsure why. The pair had barely made it through the second gate when the call came across the radio. The voice sounded panicked, and Donald was already running before the brief sentence was finished. Code Blue Delta. Sam took off after her accomplice, trying her best to stop the bunch of keys swinging wildly from her belt. Staff had followed the two gates held open as a flood of officers seemed to pour from every entrance and exit imaginable, all heading towards the same building. Sam eventually lost sight of her tour guide, instead following the crowd into a unit where the screams were heard long before she set foot into her future home. The officers were busy locking prisoners away into cells as the commotion towards the back continued. Sam couldn't quite make out the words, but the tone of the voices was enough to tell her someone wasn't happy. As she carefully stepped between other officers, she saw the blood splatters across the floor before her, followed by a body lying on its back near the wall. A toothbrush handle was jutting out from the dead man's chest. He looked young, even younger than herself, and just as she went to take a step back, a hand touched her shoulder. "Follow me," Donald whispered in her ear, then gestured the request with his hand. She did as asked, walking a few steps behind her tour guide. Donald worked his way through the crowded room towards where a group of officers were standing over several prisoners who were lying face down on the floor.
"Doc, Roger, this is Tammy Clark. She's starting today,"
Donald said to two of the officers. They both turned to look at her.
"What, in here?"
One asked, a wry grin weaving across his face. The other one dropped his eyes and worked his way back up, giving Sam a once-over.
"Yeah, in here,"
Donald answered.
"Good luck with that,"
the first one said, turning back to the prisoners.
"Think that's enough help here. I'll continue showing her around and drop her back."
They both looked at Donald, this time surprised.
"A guided tour as well?"
One chuffed, the surprise overshadowed by his annoyance. Once they were back out in the sunshine, Sam turned to Donald and asked, "Did I do something to piss them off?" He looked a little uncomfortable at first.
"They're just, the kind of guys that need guys around. The last female officer to work in Delta was caught visiting a prisoner after lockdown."
He held his fingers up, highlighting the inverted commas for dramatic effect. "Don't trust them, huh?"
"Doc and Roger are good guys. They deal with the worst shithole in this joint, and they just prefer to know that when needed, backup is there for them."
Sam nodded as they continued walking. "I get it."
"Don't take it personal."
They approached another gate, and this time Sam unsnapped her own keys and did the honors. Donald thanked her before continuing on. What did they mean when they said that about the guided tours?
"Oh, yeah. No one ever gets a guided tour around the place. Not officers, at least."
Sam's mind began to race, wondering if there was something that had tipped Perkins off. Just as she did, her eyes were caught by a face watching her from a top-floor window. The eyes were watching her intently, and Sam felt a little relief at seeing a familiar face. It was Tim, watching her from his cell. He didn't wave, just watching her pass like so many other faces at that moment. Donald didn't notice the visual exchange between the pair, simply continuing on with his tour. The tour took around an hour, with Donald showing Sam around most of the prison. There were almost a dozen units, each holding around 100 prisoners each. There were several factories, a laundry, and the prison kitchen. As they walked through, the prisoners busy preparing several meals at once, Sam asked how it was served, as she hadn't seen a dining hall.
"Bolton doesn't have a dining hall anymore."
"Anymore?" Sam asked. Donald pointed to a building that flanked one of the outer perimeters once they were outside again. A high fence surrounded it, topped by razor wire and giving it the appearance of a prison within a prison.
"That used to be one of the prison's main buildings. It held the dining hall, officers' accommodation, and a few other offices.
It also held quite a few storage rooms and stuff. Building goes a few stories underground as well. Wow, it looks old. It should be. It's the original building that held the entire prison when it was first built, well over 100 years old. He paused, looked at his watch, and shook his head. We better get back. The guys will be wondering where we are. Sam nodded and followed Donald back the way they came, through gates and corridors, past units with faces watching them from the shadows. It felt surreal, Sam only too aware of the monsters held back by the very walls. This was prison, and there was one monster she had her eye out for, hoping to find them as quickly as possible. Once back in the unit, the crowd of officers had disappeared, with the prisoners all locked back into their cells. The body remained where it fell, waiting for the police to finish their investigation. Roger and Doc stood by, watching the cops do their thing, each standing with their arms crossed over their chests. "Come and meet the boss," Donald said, leading Sam to one of the offices in the corner. Inside, there was another officer, one Sam instantly recognized. It was Lance Henderson, looking as mean as he had in the vision Sam had seen of him. "Boss, this is Tammy Clark," Donald said, walking into the small room and sitting on the edge of the desk. Henderson looked up, met her gaze, and nodded. "Ah, yes, Clark. Welcome aboard." Unlike the previous officers, Henderson held his hand out and Sam shook with him. He seemed preoccupied and once finished shaking her hand, returned to the computer he was tapping away at. "I have a few reports to finish up if you want to show her the process." Donald nodded and Sam followed him back out. She took a final look over her shoulder, wondering whether the man she was hunting was now sitting before her. Once back out in the officer's control room, Donald showed Sam the ins and outs of their working day. There were rosters for tier walks, supervision for medication, and meal handouts. Random cell searching was done once a day, and there were also the movement of prisoners around the prison itself. But as she was listening, her eyes remained focused on the job at hand, quietly watching and waiting for the break she needed. The day turned out to be much longer than she anticipated. Her initial shift should have been finished and she should have been walking through the front gates a little after 4. But a couple of hours before then, Henderson had called through to the unit and explained that one of the regular afternoon shifts had taken sick and someone needed to remain behind. That someone turned out to be Sam, who put her hand up without hesitation. The shift finished a little after 10 that evening, and by the time she walked out through the front gates, she had managed to make a couple of new friends. The first was a woman named Ivy, a civilian who was in charge of the medical rounds after lockdown. She was the mental health nurse and made herself available to any of the prisoners who needed her. There were a couple of requests over the intercom, and each time, Sam's other new friend, Pam, would answer the prisoners' calls. Pam was also an officer, a 15-year veteran who had worked solely at Bolton. The other officers called her the Ginger Ninja because of her fierce red hair and matching fiery temper. Her demeanor changed immediately the moment the intercom buzzed, going from sweet Pam to blazing inferno. "Fucking needy," she would say when a prisoner buzzed. "These fuckers are worse than 5-year-olds." Sam could tell immediately that this was clearly an officer who wasn't a fan of prisoners. The small unit control room was where the officers mostly congregated during downtime, or when prisoners were either locked away or whenever no other duties needed their attention. There were the usual necessities like coffee-making facilities, a television hanging between CCTV monitors, and a toilet cubicle the size of a bread box. Once most of the day shift staff had left and the prisoners were all locked into their cells for the night, Sam finally sat at one of the 3 chairs. Pam sat in the other, while the third was sometimes filled by Ivy if she wandered by during one of her rounds. The TV was playing an old episode of MacGyver while Pam was busy typing up one of her weekly prisoner interaction reports. Every officer was expected to keep in communication with specific prisoners to help and offer all the usual rehabilitation tools. Sam was paying close attention to the style of typing, although she knew she wouldn't be around long enough to ever need to fill one out herself. Not entirely, anyway. It was when a news bulletin flashed on the screen with a news alert status that Pam reached for the remote and increased the volume. In breaking news, police in New York's Hunts Point district have increased their efforts to locate the suspect in the murder of Mitchell McDutton. The defense attorney was found brutally murdered inside a local brothel, with a suspect calling themselves Black Death, leaving a warning letter for authorities. Anyone with information is asked to contact local law enforcement officials. Pam hit the mute button and shook her head in disgust, dropping the remote back on the bench in front of her. Makes you wonder just who the real piece of shit is. It was during a quiet moment where it was just the two of them sitting in the unit's control room that Sam asked about the spate of deaths. Someone said there were some more than normal deaths at Bolton. Is that true? Pam had been flicking through a newspaper while Sam was cradling a cup of tea in her lap. Do you really care? Just a few less assholes to watch as far as I'm concerned. You don't really mean that, do you? Pam looked up from the paper and studied her for a moment. You sure you've been in the job for as long as you say? The question surprised Sam, but she nodded anyway. Why do you ask? Girl, when it comes to prisoners like those right out there, she began, flicking her thumb back over her shoulder, I couldn't care whether they lived, died, or turned to shit and flushed themselves down the fucking toilet. They're scum. You talk about them as if they're all the same. They are all the same, as far as we're concerned. Every last motherfucker out there. Her temper began to flare, and Sam wasn't sure whether to try and calm her, but just then the intercom buzzed again, temporarily pausing Pam's wrath. Once she'd phoned the request through to Ivy, she turned back to Sam and pointed a finger at her. Take it from me, the less you know about them, the better. Treat them all the same and your day will play out much smoother. As for the deaths, if they want to kill each other like that kid today, then so be it. I get paid to watch them, that's it. Sam watched her, feeling a little intimidated by the woman's rant. The passion in her words was clear, as was her distaste for anything wearing orange. I'm sorry, I was just curious, Sam finally whispered. Now it was Pam's turn to apologize. I'm sorry. I just get fired up when it comes to these pricks. I've seen good men lose their lives because of these animals. Just then, another officer came in, carrying a bag of food for their own overnight shift. Pam looked and rose to her feet. Thank the Lord, she exclaimed. Ladies, the man said. I'm Rob. He held his hand out to Sam, who shook with him. Tammy. A moment later, the two women left the unit, made their way to the front gate, and parted ways. It was the end of the first shift for Sam, and as she turned to take a final look at the walls behind her, she wondered what Tim was doing at that very moment. She hated knowing he was still inside, but continued on, knowing that tomorrow she would be back to do it all again. Mama briefly called Sam during the drive home. The pair discussed the day, with Mama sharing her own vision of the prison, able to watch both of her children inside. She said Tim was tucked up in bed by 7 that evening, while the rest of the prison seemed to go on as normal. There was very little to go on, and neither had anything significant to share. After a few minutes of idle chatter, Mama wished Sam a good night and hung up. There was a McDonald's on her way home, and Sam picked up a couple of cheeseburgers and a milkshake on her way past. Once back in her apartment, she made light work of the late meal, jumped in the shower, and tried her best to wash the day away. The unit had a very distinctive smell, a rank mixture of sweat and rotten vegetables, the odor somehow clinging to her very skin. Sam scrubbed almost frantically, doing her best to remove any trace of the offending smell. Only when she was sure all traces of Bolton Prison were gone did she turn the tap off and climb out. After wiping the condensation from the mirror, she stared back at herself for a moment, her mind wondering about the people behind the walls. She had come close to blowing her cover, Pam no doubt suspicious of her question. She needed to be more careful, although she wasn't sure how. After finishing up in the bathroom, she finally hopped into bed, her eyes feeling as heavy as the day was long. Sleep came easy for her, and she seamlessly let herself sink into its depths with little resistance. Chapter 7. Tim was awoken by the usual rattle of the trap opening up before an officer stuck his head through and shouted for a response. It was a routine he'd sooner leave behind, the inability of choosing one's wake-up time, one of the many annoyances of prison life. He had to remind himself each morning that this was, in fact, prison, a place where choice, freedom, and liberty were supposed to be removed. One of his cellmates was a convicted drug smuggler named Trevor Thompson, an Australian who was caught with several balloons concealed inside his stomach as he tried to board a flight bound for Sydney. He'd been sentenced to 14 years in prison, of which he'd served just 2. While the first couple of days of Tim's pretend incarceration had seen Trevor flamboyant and easygoing, he'd had a sharp mood swing the previous day to the point of silently slipping into bed and rolling over before the doors had even been locked. Tim tried to strike up a conversation but failed to reach him. The other prisoners in the cell simply ignored the foreigner. This morning, it appeared that Trevor's mood remained, greeting Tim with a blunt good morning before swinging down onto the floor from his own top bunk and heading to the corner to urinate. "If there's anything I can do to help," Tim offered, but Trevor either didn't hear or chose to ignore him. A few minutes later, the doors buzzed and swung open, signaling a new day in Bolton. Mornings were the only time the unit was allowed to access the front yard freely, while afternoons were every other day. Tim didn't want to waste a moment. He craved the sunshine, unable to function properly if kept indoors for too long, and being slammed into a cell in the middle of the day played havoc with him. Not bothering with breakfast, Tim put on his sneakers and headed straight outside, several other prisoners mirroring his intentions. Once out through the airlock, the morning rays streamed across the yard, despite the overnight crispness remaining in the air. The warmth hit his face, and he paused momentarily to absorb the sun's power. "Look like you're making love to the morning," a voice suddenly said from behind him. Tim opened his eyes and turned to see Bevan standing behind him. "Maybe I am," Tim said. "How you settling in?" Bevan asked, following Tim as he headed out towards the small walking track that circled the outer edge of the yard. "Okay, I guess. Can't say it's something I had on my bucket list." Bevan laughed a little but continued walking. They began to walk laps of the yard as other prisoners came and went, most heading straight to the outdoor weight training area. Bevan asked Tim about his life story, listening in earnest each time Tim began to speak. After an hour or so, the pair of them dropped onto the grass near the outer fence, the sun turning the morning walk into a sweaty affair. Tim looked up and saw Trevor also walking the yard, although not quite following the outside path. "What's his deal?" Tim asked, nodding his head in the general direction. "Who, Trevor?" Tim nodded. "Strange fish, that one. Think he's getting pretty homesick. Must be hard being caught up in a shithole like this when you come from a paradise." "Paradise?" Tim asked. "Yeah, you know, Australia." "I guess." That was when the side gate opened and Lance Henderson entered the yard. He was alone, walking tall and upright, dark glasses hiding the exact direction he was looking. Despite taking the first few steps along the path, he turned when he spotted Trevor, suddenly heading straight for him instead. Tim watched in earnest as Bevan continued talking, barely hearing the words as he focused on the officer. Henderson called something to Trevor, then waved him over, stopping as the prisoner began to walk towards him. Once close to each other, the officer bent slightly as if wanting to speak more intimately with the inmate. The prisoner simply listened as Henderson began to speak in earnest. "What do you think that's about?" Tim suddenly asked. "Huh?" Bevan turned to see what was happening. "Not sure. But if anyone suspects Trevor of squealing to the COs, he's as good as fucked." "You really think he's squealing?" Bevan shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows? But talking to an officer like that looks awfully sus, if you know what I mean." The two men continued talking as the rest of the yard carried on as if nothing was happening. Tim knew the other prisoners were watching intently, despite none pausing even for a moment. Only after Trevor seemed to get upset did Henderson appear to back down some. The officer held his hands up as if surrendering his position of authority. Trevor shook his head, pointed at the ground, and raised his voice a little. Tim struggled to hear the words, barely making out defining sounds. "Doesn't look good." Bevan said, and when Tim looked at him, he saw Bevan pointing off to one side. As Tim followed to where Bevan was indicating, he saw Gallo and a couple of others coming out through the airlock. All three prisoners were watching Henderson and Trevor, the pair still in deep conversation. It was only when Trevor looked up and saw the trio for himself that he finally turned and walked away from Henderson. Unsure of whether the officer needed the last word or to simply give the prisoner a final bit of advice, Henderson called out, "Just think about it," before turning back and heading towards the gate.
"Whatever that was about, I can promise you that won't be the end."
Bevan sounded sure, shaking his head as if to emphasize the prediction. Trevor didn't hesitate, turning straight for the airlock and disappearing back into the unit. Tim watched the three latest arrivals into the yard head for the weightlifting area, eventually disappearing into the crowd. Once they were gone, Tim rose and made his way back to the airlock, intent on finding out what just happened. Once back in his cell, Tim found no sign of Trevor, only Mord and a guy named Billy conversing over the top of his bunk. They seemed to be discussing whether cars or bikes were the better choice for a young man, and Tim decided that he didn't want to get involved in that particular subject matter. He turned and headed back out, taking a quick inventory of the prisoners sitting around the common area of the unit. There, sitting by one of the telephones, was Trevor, appearing to be in a very animated conversation with someone on the other end of the line. Without hesitating, Tim made his way to the last phone in line and reached for the handset, turning his back to Trevor, who was a few feet behind him. He waited for the voice to finish its spiel, then dialed his PIN, followed by the phone number. After a brief pause, which he knew to be the recording announcing the origination of the call to the recipient, Mama's voice came through, sounding relieved. "Ray, is that you?" she asked, and he gave her a brief greeting, followed by some random chatter. Knowing the line would be monitored, he took care not to state anything too obvious, but was also aware he needed speed. Once the brief pleasantries were out of the way, he quickly turned to the issue at hand.
"Hey, can you please check that Scooby is still tied up to the clothesline? I know Gramps has a habit of untying him and forgetting to retie him."
"Sure, sugar. Now?"
"Yes, please."
After a very brief farewell, the call ended and Tim turned, grateful to see Trevor still arguing with whoever was on the other end of the line. He knew Mama was quick with hacking phone calls and would hopefully hear enough to at least identify who the other person on the line was. After hanging up the phone, Tim decided to head outdoors again, keen for a bit more fresh air. The smell of the unit was something his nasal passages still struggled with, and he was grateful once back through the airlock. Bevan was gone, as were most of the people he'd gotten to know during the past few days. He decided to do some laps, a light run to loosen up the tension he'd been carrying. The sun was continuing to increase in temperature, but it was still low enough to remain pleasant. The first couple of laps were relatively quiet, with Tim's legs working on autopilot as his mind headed indoors to assess the information he'd already collected. But on his third go-round, a voice called out to him, one he instantly recognized as trying to bait him.
"Hey, white boy, what, are you training for something?"
Tim looked across and saw Gallo sitting in the shade of the weightlifting area, surrounded by half a dozen of his own gang members. It was one of the latter that was standing a little out from the rest, leaning against the chin-up frame. The Latino population were known for their ruthless control over the rest of the population, particularly in Delta Unit. As he continued to jog, his mind wandered back to the advice from the boys during his first day, telling him to remain with his own crowd. He looked around and saw 4 other people in the yard besides those now watching him, 2 whites walking laps together, while the other 2 were each reading books at the far end of the yard, well away from the group. Tim continued to run, not wanting to show weakness by running inside. He needed to stand his ground and not let them think he was afraid.
"You hear me, bitch?"
The voice mocked again, this time followed by laughter from a couple of the others. Gallo remained stone-faced, simply watching from behind his cheap sunglasses as Tim jogged past the group again. It wasn't until he came around a 4th time that one of the hecklers decided to stand in his way. The much younger hothead walked out onto the track and waited for Tim to get near him before taking steps to ensure he blocked his path.
Hey, Holmes, you hear my friend there talking to you? I suggest you don't ignore him or he'll give your punk ass a whooping. You want that?
Tim tried to sidestep around the guy, but his feet betrayed him, tangling themselves up and sending him sprawling. The burst of laughter from the peanut gallery erupted, with the kid leaning over him. Tim felt the sting in his knees as he turned to look up.
Maybe stick to walking, bitch.
Just then, the gate opened and several officers, including Perkins himself, entered the yard. Two of them instantly eyeballed the situation, the kid briefly pausing as he realized he had two options. Taking the wiser of the two, he looked back at Tim, nodded, and said,
"Later, bitch,"
before returning to where his friends were still cackling. Not wanting to push his luck, Tim rose back to his feet and slowly walked back to the airlock, feeling a small trickle of blood run down the front of his leg. The group of officers were still standing by the gate, Perkins speaking into his cell as the rest waited for him to finish. Tim returned to his cell to find Mort lying on his bunk, the rest of the cell's inhabitants sitting out in the common area and watching the television. He grabbed a piece of toilet paper, moistened it with water, and cleaned his wound, gritting his teeth as the sting rolled through him.
"How'd you cut yourself?"
Mort asked. "Just tripped," Tim replied, tossing the napkin into the toilet.
"Can I ask you something, Ray?"
Tim turned and looked at his cellmate. "Sure."
"Do you get scared?"
"Scared?" He took a seat on the lower bunk opposite Mort.
"Being in here, I mean."
The man sounded petrified, despite trying to hide his fear. "Sure, this place is scary in itself. That's not even counting the prisoners themselves." Mort sat up, a little surprised.
"Wait, you've heard them too?"
Tim wasn't following.
"The voices, the ghosts."
"Ghosts?" He looked confused. Mort saw his expression and appeared to blush slightly. "What ghosts?"
"Sometimes at night, when the lights are out and the silence fills the unit, I've heard voices."
Now Mort appeared embarrassed. "What do they say?"
"I'm not sure. They're never loud enough to really understand, but I know I've heard them."
"Listen, it's probably wise not to share this with anyone. You know, in case someone takes it the wrong way." Tim watched as Mort slowly nodded, then rose and went to his bunk. After grabbing an apple, he headed back out into the common room and grabbed a seat with Bevan and Ben, both engrossed in the movie. Castaway, starring Tom Hanks, was playing, half the unit watching as the man himself was trying to light a fire. A roar of laughter went up as he began talking to the volleyball, Wilson appearing for the first time. But laughter quickly turned to despair as the movie was interrupted by an urgent news bulletin. The scene cut to a news reporter standing somewhere in the streets of the city, flashing police lights blinking on and off behind her. New York City officials have called for any eyewitnesses to come forward as another murder victim was discovered this morning. Police haven't yet released the identity of the victim, but sources tell us this appears to be the work of the killer known as Black Death. 2 other murders have already been linked to the suspect, and city officials have called for calm as some believe a serial killer may be at large in the city. Tim's ears pricked, aware that Pogram would no doubt be sending their finest to try and locate the serial killer. He wished he could go, the smell surrounding him a little more pronounced as he reminded himself of the job at hand. He looked back over his shoulder and saw that Trevor wasn't in the common area, nor was he in the cell. He wondered whether he was back out in the yard, remembering what Bevan had said about snitching. "Has anyone seen Trevor?" Tim asked, looking around for dramatic effect. Bevan and Ben continued watching the TV, with Ben answering almost absently.
"CO's got him a while back. Think he had a visitor."
As if on cue, the airlock suddenly opened and Trevor walked in, flanked by an officer. The CO followed Trevor back to his cell, then stood at the door as the prisoner disappeared inside.
"He snitched,"
Bevan suddenly said. "Huh? How do you know?" Tim asked.
"He's moving units,"
Ben said, sitting upright. They could see Trevor through the window of the cell, packing his belongings into a prison bag.
"Fucking rat,"
Someone yelled from the top tier. Tim saw a line of prisoners standing there, all leaning forward on the handrail and watching Trevor pack his shit.
The only thing keeping that prick alive right now is that CO. If he leaves, Trevor's as good as dead,
Bevan said. Who would he snitch on? Tim asked.
Fuck knows. Don't really matter. Once they think you snitched, you may as well have.
Trevor finished packing his gear and quickly walked back out from the cell. His face looked flushed as the unit erupted into a chorus of abuse, all calling for him to die. Tim realized that regardless of whether he did in fact snitch, he was now a marked man. Only once the door closed again and Trevor disappeared back out through the airlock did the noise level reduce again. Tim lost all interest in the movie and returned to the cell, where Mort was still lying on his bunk.
He didn't snitch,
Mort said when he saw Tim jump on his own bunk. How do you know? Tim asked.
He told me someone was trying to persuade him to try and escape from the prison.
That was when Tim's ears pricked. Why would someone want him to escape? He sat up, watching Mort intently.
I don't know. He told me that there was this officer that kept trying to convince him to get out, saying that he should never have been sent here in the first place.
Like a sympathizer?
Maybe. Kept telling him about a way out, some sort of escape tunnel.
You wouldn't happen to know the name of the officer, would you? Mort shook his head.
He didn't say, just that she was one of the regulars over in Delta.
Without the ability to simply speak over the phone to Mama, the pair had arranged a simple code if Tim ever needed to speak to someone urgently. The sequence was quite simple. He would call Mama over the phone and ask when she could come and visit him next because he needed to see a familiar face. Mama would then phone Sam via the prison phone and remind her to pick up some milk on the way home. Sam would scold her pretend mum for phoning her at work, before then finding a way to make her way to Sierra Unit, where Tim would be waiting in the yard. Tim would write what he needed to on a slip of paper and wait for Sam to appear. He would then wait until she was close enough, scrunch the paper up, and toss it aside. She would scold him for it, pick it up, and pretend to give him a reprimand. Once done, and after sending Tim back into the unit, she would realize she was in the wrong yard and simply walk out again. Whilst the plan wasn't foolproof, it was the best they could manage with the resources at hand. It was far from perfect, but given the circumstances, it was the only way. Tim did his best to write as much information as he could manage, then made the call. After waiting 10 minutes, he made his way out into the yard, hoping for a clear run. Luck was on his side, with the yard almost completely deserted. He managed 2 laps of the area before he saw the one face he'd been missing the most. He grinned a little as he saw Sam walking through the gate, dressed in a uniform that didn't suit her. It made her look almost official, something Tim could never agree with. The ruse played out perfectly, and before anyone had a chance to interfere, the predetermined exchange was over, with Tim returning into the unit. Hoping his message would reveal some sort of insight into whatever was following the Australian around, Tim returned to the common area and sat with his cellmates, doing his best to mingle into a place he knew he could never belong to. Chapter 8. Sam returned back to Delta Unit and after a brief exchange with one of the other officers, finally locked herself into the tiny bathroom cubicle. Only once she was safely sitting on top of the closed toilet lid did she finally remove the crumpled piece of paper. The words not only shocked her, but gave her an instant suspect, one she had already suspected of knowing more than she let on.
Trevor Thompson was on phone with someone at 10:30 this morning. This afternoon he was moved out by an officer. A cellmate told me that Thompson claimed a female officer was persuading him to escape. They said there may be a tunnel.
The note was brief and to the point. After reading it a second time, Sam tore it into as many tiny pieces as she could, then flushed them down the toilet, ensuring every scrap had disappeared. Only once she was absolutely sure there were no remnants did she return to the control room. The note's contents continued to play around her mind, wondering why an officer would be trying to encourage anybody to escape. She thought about the officers she'd already met and quickly discounted Pam from the list. That woman hated prisoners with a vengeance, and Sam doubted she would be going out of her way to help any of them. The only one she could think of was Ivy, the type of person who didn't take crime into consideration when dealing with prisoners. She was a medical person, bound to preserve life no matter what. Perhaps Tim's source had mistaken the nurse for an officer. It was possible. She was prone to nightly rounds and maybe had been confused for a CO during those times. She had to speak to Mama urgently. It was the phone call she wondered about. If there was a chance that Trevor had spoken to someone significant on the phone, significant enough for Tim to mention it, then it may prove to be a worthy clue. Despite the opportunity for overtime presenting itself again, Sam declined, saying she had to meet her mother for an appointment. She had barely pulled out of the prison's car park when Mama answered on the very first ring. "Mama? Get ready for a surprise, hun," she began, sounding overly curious. "You found something, didn't you?" Sam said as she pulled out onto the main road. "Yes and no." "What do you mean?" Sam listened as Mama tapped away on her keyboard before continuing. "Tim phoned me from the prison earlier today and suggested I listen in on the line. This Trevor character had dialed in and was still active by the time I traced the call." "And? Who was he talking to? What did he say?" A brief pause. "Why don't I let you listen in for yourself? Here." After another brief delay, a high-pitched screech came through the phone, one loud enough for Sam to pull the cell from her ear. For a moment, she thought the connection had dropped, replaced by some sort of interference. It wasn't until Mama's voice returned that she found out otherwise. "You like that?" "What the hell was that?" Sam said, rubbing her ear a little. "That is what you call a private connection." "That was on purpose?" Sam asked. "On purpose, and in some instances necessary. That, my dear, was a private line, a digitally encrypted transmission only capable by a certain networks and handsets. Whoever this Trevor Thompson was talking to, they don't want anyone else finding out about it." "Do we have a number at least? A location?" "Absolutely nothing." Sam slammed her fist against the wheel. "Damn it." "I know, hon. We'll get there." "Tim sent me a message saying Trevor Thompson was moved out of Sierra Unit this afternoon." "I know," Mama replied. "They moved him to Echo Unit." "One of the protection units?" "Those are the ones. I ran a check after listening to the call. That boy is snitching, and whoever was listening to him is high enough to make things happen quickly." Sam thought about Henderson and wondered whether he was high enough. His anger and history for violence put him at the top of the suspect list, but Sam wondered whether he would also get involved in arranging escapes. Tim said someone was trying to convince this Thompson to escape. His source said a female officer. "Could you run a check on all the females working in Delta, please?" "Sure thing. I'll get right on it." "Thanks, Mama." The connection broke and Sam was alone again, driving towards a home she now longed for after yet another full-on day. She flicked the radio on, hoping for some musical reprieve. She got it after pressing the preselects a couple of times. Freddie Mercury was in the middle of telling the airwaves that he was the great pretender, the melody instantly taking Sam away from the traffic. Once Freddie finished, advertisements began to roll, followed by the familiar news bulletin at the top of the hour. The first story was about a presidential holiday currently underway for the Obamas, while the second spoke of an overseas earthquake that had rattled some windows in the Middle East. But it was the third story that brought Sam back to the moment, the newsreader's tone changing instantly to match the gravity of the situation. It was about the latest killing by a serial killer in New York. This was the third victim within a week, and the authorities were no closer to catching the culprit. They were now speculating that the killer may be a woman, although nothing had yet been confirmed. Sam pondered the idea of a female serial killer. Could she have been one herself? Possibly. The prospect still frightened her, aware that it hadn't been the first time the thought had crossed her mind. The news bulletin finished with the weather forecast just as Sam pulled into the Aldi car park. It looked quieter than the previous time she'd been here, with only a dozen or so vehicles scattered around the lot. Her legs felt tired, and she hoped this would be a quick process. It was just a protein she needed, the rest of her cupboards still substantially filled, thanks to Mama. Steak was what she'd craved all day, and as she entered the store, she made a beeline for the meat aisles after grabbing one of the baskets. The girl stacking the shelves near the back of the store looked no older than 16, her young face mostly hidden by the mop of black curls. She gave Sam a brief smile as she passed, then returned her attention back to the tins of Spam she was stacking. The meat selection wasn't huge, but when you knew what you wanted, it didn't need to be. After scanning the trays, Sam found what she was looking for, selected the right-sized piece, and dropped it into her basket before passing the girl once more. Crossing the back of the store, she also decided to find a pepper gravy sachet, something she hadn't tasted in a long time. Once she found the right aisle, Sam began to scan each shelf. After a few moments of searching, she heard a faint scuffle from somewhere near the meat section and immediately thought of the girl. Voices began to rise, several sounding more mocking than threatening. As she tightened her grip on the basket's handle and turned back the way she'd come, Sam already knew what she was about to find. It wasn't until she saw the group that she suddenly realized she was still in uniform. There were 4 of them, 3 with their back to Sam, with a 4th leaning against the shelves behind the girl. He was the first to spot her, the smile on his face growing instantly.
"Fire on the line,"
the first called out, enunciating each word as his friends turned to look. He had tattoos all the way down both arms, although from the looks of their quality, Sam knew the artist was probably lacking a proper studio. When each of them saw the new arrival, their own grins widened, Sam quickly turning into their new amusement. "You okay?" Sam asked the girl, still nervously trying to do her job as 2 of the men stepped forward. "She's okay," one of the front ones said, the back one putting an arm around the girl's shoulder.
"What you doing here all alone, Miss C.O. lady?"
The oldest-looking one had a menacing grin, his top teeth made up of brightly polished gold. He looked older than Sam, maybe pushing 30. "Guys, maybe it's time to go."
"Go?"
Gold Teeth cried out.
"Why the fuck would we go?" "Because you've been asked not to come back here."
A new voice called from somewhere behind, and Sam turned to see 2 cops walking towards them. One of them had his hand on the butt of his firearm, the other one with his hands on his hips. The men's demeanor instantly changed, the fight all but disappearing. Each of them eyeballed Sam as they walked past her, but she held her head high, unfazed by the poor attempt at intimidation. Once they were gone, she went to the girl. "You okay?"
"Yes, she's okay,"
the officer said.
"I told you before, Ruby. Call me the second those guys turn up."
He shook his head, then turned back to where his partner remained. Sam watched as they followed the thugs outside. Once they were gone, she turned back to the girl. "You sure you're okay? That cop didn't seem too worried." "That's my father." "That cop is your dad?" Sam asked, surprised. "Yeah, why? Is that weird?" "Maybe not. Just surprising considering how he spoke to you." "Yeah, well, I live with my mom. Hey, thanks for stepping in. That one with the teeth used to be my boyfriend. He's not such a bad guy." "How old are you?" Sam asked, shocked by the admission. "Almost 19. Sam tried to detect a hint of a lie, but couldn't. "Listen, Ruby, they're not the kind of boys you should be hanging around with. I tried to break up with him, but he keeps harassing me." "Ruby?" Sam turned to see a man dressed in a shirt and tie. "Yes, Mr. Peterson." "Could you leave those and jump on Register 4, please?" "Right away." Ruby offered Sam a brief smile, then hurried towards the front of the store. The man gave Sam a quick up and down before following Ruby and leaving her alone once more. Once back in the car, Sam switched the radio off and drove the 5 minutes back to her apartment in silence. Her mind was a muddle of faces, names, and emotions. She felt lost, out of place, and above all, defenseless. This entire episode was beginning to affect her in a way she wasn't prepared for. Tim was locked up, her teammates were hundreds of miles away, and she was undercover, alone in a place as foreign to her as a completely new country. She parked the car, jumped out, and took the stairs to her apartment 2 at a time. Once she was inside, Sam dropped her grocery bag on the counter and sprinted for the bedroom, diving for her bed once inside the door. With her face pressed against the pillow, she screamed as hard as she could, continuing until the fire tore through her throat. After pulling the pillow away, Sam did a check, felt inside herself, and repeated the process, a second scream almost rupturing her vocal cords. It felt good, and she could feel the anxiety and tension leave her body. Back in the kitchen, Sam prepared her steak while listening to more of Freddie Mercury's anthology. The Great Pretender had only served to whet her appetite, and playing him at full volume began to work the magic she needed. Queen had a way of taking her mind away, and whenever Sam played the old hits, she would always need to hear them as loud as possible. It wasn't until later that night that Sam thought back to the note Tim had gotten to her. It was the part about the escape that kept playing in her mind. Someone wanted to help Trevor Thompson break out, to help the man escape his prison cell and return to the outside world. The television was on, but whatever was playing before her failed to register, her mind back at Bolton. It was the thought that an officer would betray their oath to the job, and that was when something struck her as odd. What if the move to another unit wasn't for snitching, but instead a preparation for the actual escape? Her mind raced, curious thoughts of a man somehow scaling the fence or climbing through a tunnel someone had dug beneath the walls. Could it be possible? That was when she decided to take some affirmative action. Sitting in the confines of her temporary apartment wasn't going to help anyone. What she needed was to get shit happening, and quickly. Without any real plan, Sam grabbed her uniform and threw it into a bag beside a pair of binoculars. She headed to the kitchen, grabbed a bag of crisps, a couple of candy bars, and a large bottle of water, dropping them all into another bag. With her stash of goodies ready, Sam grabbed her cell, keys, and almost ran from the apartment. The time was just past 11, and although this whole trip may be for nothing, it felt good to be doing something at the very least. Anything would feel better than just sitting around her apartment. The drive back to the prison was a lot quicker, with the streets virtually deserted. But rather than stop in the main car park, Sam instead headed for a track she knew that circled the hills on the rear side of the prison. She doubted that any escape attempt would involve the front of the prison, and thus parked at a spot where she had an almost clear view of 3 sides. The lighting around the inside walls was as bright as a sports arena, thus giving her a perfect vantage point. Although she had to drive the final few hundred yards with her headlights off, the night had a half moon, bright enough to give Sam a vague idea of direction. Once she was parked and the engine was switched off, she sank momentarily back into her seat and wondered how she'd gone from sitting on the couch in her apartment to the current spy post in just a matter of 10 minutes. The night was silent where she sat, as was the prison. Most of the night shift officers would be pretending to watch television in the main staff room, although most would be fast asleep. A number of units were manned throughout the night, with officers assigned to each for specific duties. For the outside perimeter security, a vehicle patrol was required to be performed by assigned officers on 3 random occasions throughout the night. But Sam learned early on that a lot of correctional officers liked to find shortcuts, especially when no one was watching. The so-called random patrols were conducted at 2350, 0010, and again at 0300. That meant the officers would go out for their pre-midnight round and remain outside for their post-midnight round at the same time. Sam checked her watch and counted down the minutes to where she would spot the familiar headlights almost on cue. At precisely 23:52, they appeared, slowly making their way around an outer wall track before carefully doing a U-turn and heading back the other way. A few minutes later, they disappeared around the corner of the wall. It was almost 5 full minutes before the headlights reappeared at the other end of the prison, this time making their way around the right-hand side. Sam watched with interest, wondering how random patrols at a facility classed maximum security could be so lacking. The vehicle continued to circle the facility until Sam predicted its disappearance. As if hearing her words, the vehicle disappeared around the front again and just never re-emerged, leaving her alone once more. Once she was sure the evening's planned entertainment was temporarily finished, she grabbed her cell and phoned Mama. The woman never seemed to sleep, again answering on the very first ring. "Can't sleep, hon?" "I'm out the back of the prison," Sam said almost absently. "You on lookout duty?" "Something like that. Just a hunch. If you're not busy, do you think you could help me watch some of the cameras?" "Sure. What are we looking for?" The tapping on her keyboard came through. "I think maybe someone is preparing to break Trevor Thompson out," Sam said. "Tonight?" Mama asked, surprised. "Maybe, or maybe tomorrow night. But something tells me maybe his move to the new unit wasn't for snitching. Maybe it was for preparation." "You think whoever had him moved is now waiting to somehow walk him out?" "I don't know. Maybe it's just—" Sam paused as a new set of headlights came into view. "Hun?" Mama asked. Sam gazed down at the new vehicle, positive it wasn't the one used for patrols. The headlights looked different and somehow larger. "Hun?" Mama repeated. "Do you have access to the east wall?" Sam suddenly asked. "One sec." After a few clicks and taps, her voice returned. "Barely. There's a camera on the south wall corner pointed up, but it doesn't reach all the way." More tapping. "Stupid pieces of crap," Mama hissed. "Why would anyone put non-controllable cameras on a prison wall?" Sam watched as the vehicle continued making its way along the edge of the wall, then slowed near the only other access point to the prison's interior. It was the backup sally port, used in case of emergency. The powered roller door slowly wound up, the light from inside temporarily illuminating the huge Chevy pickup. She couldn't make out the occupant of the vehicle as it slowly rolled inside, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. It entered the sally port 1 second, and the next it was gone. "Did you see that?" Sam asked. "Just the lights. 1 sec, I'll check the rest of the cameras." She disappeared again, Sam continuing to listen to the woman tap away on her keyboard. "When do you sleep?" she asked, reaching for a candy bar. "Sleep? What the hell is that?" Mama laughed a little, continuing her search. "Wait. Yup, here it is. 2015 Chevy Silverado. California license plate. I'll run a check for you." Sam expected to wait a moment, but Mama suddenly changed her tone. "I'll call you back. Need to pee." The connection was broken before Sam had a chance to respond. She continued watching as the door finally rattled closed again, leaving her alone once more. Sam half expected the truck to reappear inside the walls, but she saw no sign of it. Whatever the driver's destination had been, the truck remained in the building. Sam considered walking down to the roller door, but then remembered that a lot of the cameras around the perimeter were unknown. For all she knew, someone else could be watching, maybe waiting for Thompson to appear from whatever secret tunnel he'd found. Just as she reached for a second candy bar, her cell sprang to life, scaring the crap out of her. She hastily pressed the answer button to silence it. "Shit, Mama." The voice on the other end began to laugh. "Caught you off guard. Listen, I found a name for that Silverado. It's a strange one. Sergeant William Tunney, retired. I don't see any possible link to the prison." Sam considered for a moment. "Hun?" Mama asked when no response came. "Yes, sorry. Maybe he's a contractor. I saw some building works being carried out during a tour of the place. It's right at this very entry point. Maybe this Tunney has 24-hour access and is looking at some late-night catch-up work." Maybe. But as far as I can see, no connection." "Okay. Thanks, Mama. I appreciate it." She almost considered saying goodnight, but then remembered another issue. "Has John sent anyone to New York yet?" "For that Black Death fiasco? He did. Lorraine Cruz and Vic Horton." Lorraine lived 2 doors up from Sam and had gotten to know her neighbor well since moving in. Hopefully they can end it quickly. Thanks again.
No problem, sugar. You take care now, you hear? I'm going to try and grab me some of this so-called sleep I keep hearing about.
Enjoy, Sam answered, finally pressing the end button and canceling the call. She dropped her cell into her lap and resumed staring at the prison for any sign of life. By 3 that morning, Sam's eyes were hanging out of her skull as she watched the patrol return for its final trip of the night. It slowly crept around the prison's outer perimeter, slowing briefly at the sally port before continuing on. 20 minutes later, it was gone. Just as she was about to fire her own vehicle up and call it a night, light slowly emerged from the sally port, increasing until the door was all the way up. A second later, the nose of the Silverado appeared as it slowly crept back out into the night. Just as it had when it first showed up, the truck made its way back up the lone track, finally disappearing into the night. Once the sally port was closed again, everything seemed to take on the dull appearance of the rest of the night, the silence returning over the prison. Sam sat quietly for a few minutes, then finally twisted the key, bringing the car to life again. With luck, she would have a few hours' sleep before heading back into work. Chapter 9. Sam had set her alarm for 7 that morning, and when her phone began to ring, she tried to cancel the alarm without success. It wasn't her alarm at all, instead a call coming through. After forcing herself awake, she answered the call, unsure of whether the curtain of sleep had lifted enough for her to understand the voice. But when it began to speak, Sam's eyes shot wide open, snapping awake and sitting upright in an instant. It was Mama, her opening words enough to rattle Sam.
Trevor Thompson is dead.
What?
You awake, kiddo?
Yes, really. What happened? Sam swung her legs out of bed and began to slowly pace as Mama laid it out for her.
Morning patrol found him on the path behind the kitchen. His throat was cut.
Police notified?
Yes, but I heard a radio transmission from one of the original officers who found him. They said there was no blood. Sounds like the body's been moved from the crime scene.
Sam tried her best to comprehend everything Mama was saying, computing the words and trying to link them to the visions in her mind. Once things started to make sense, she began to think of suitable responses. Cameras?
I've been checking, but there's a few to get through. Nothing as yet.
Radio traffic? Probably more on the management channel than general. The management channel was reserved for communication between higher authorities. If they were discussing another murder, chances were high that the interesting conversations would be held there.
Only one call from someone called Thorpe. He said to keep radio chatter to 0.
All right, I'm heading in early to see if I can find anything useful.
I'll keep you updated,
Mama said, then canceled the call. Sam was in and out of the shower and dressed in her uniform faster than ever before. Within 10 minutes of Mama waking her, she was heading down the stairs and out into a new day. By the time she reached the main road, the sirens were already whizzing past her. The news of the latest bodies spread like wildfire. By the time Sam reached the prison's parking lot, 3 police cars and several news trucks were already on site. As she tried to make her way in through the front door, several reporters were frantically trying to get a statement from anyone willing to talk. No comment was what she had been programmed to say whenever confronted with a microphone, and she now repeated it over again as she edged her way closer to the sanctity of the front door. Once inside, things were a little more harmonious, with the entry officers conducting their body searches on entering staff. Sam made her way through the line, eventually ending up before the main control room window and waiting for her assigned keys.
"Oh, Miss Clark,"
a voice said from behind her.
"A little early, isn't it?"
She turned to find Warden Perkins standing behind her in line. "I was up early and heard the commotion. Thought I'd drop in and lend a hand."
"That's kind of you."
He looked relaxed, almost as cool as a cucumber. Unusual, Sam thought to herself, considering the circumstances. The man greeted a number of other people, eventually engaging with Henderson, who happened to be coming from inside the prison. Sam froze when she saw him, positive that he was quite early as well. She tried not to gain his attention, doing her best to keep him behind her. He appeared completely opposite to Perkins, worn out, tired, and somewhat agitated. He called out to the warden, then followed him back out into the foyer. As Sam passed the open doorway on her way through to the inner prison airlock, she could see the two of them in deep conversation. Something was definitely between them, of that she was sure. As Sam passed the yard of Sierra, she looked up and saw Tim watching her. He didn't wave, simply eyeballing her the same way countless other prisoners watched her pass. But unlike those other prisoners, this one she respected and cared for, and seeing him now pained her. She wanted to run to him, unlock his cell, and pull him out. She wanted them to run from this place and leave the foul smell of prison behind. If they wanted to kill each other, then so be it. This was, after all, their choice, wasn't it? But she knew that would be impossible. They were here for the long haul, the complete run. Nobody would leave until this entire episode was over. What she needed to do was find out who was behind these killings and end this killer's run. Her own unit was still locked down when she arrived, and once Sam had stowed her gear, she returned to the small control room. Pam was inside, unusual considering she was an afternoon shifter. "How'd you end up on nights?" Sam asked, sitting beside her. "Pulled a swap. Got a wedding next week, and one of the guys on nights was happy to swap with me." "I love how you can do that here," Sam said, seeing the day's newspaper on the bench. She pointed to one of the monitors that Pam had set to the kitchen corridor. "Any news?" "Cops are there now. One of the night crew said it looks like the guy tampered with his cell door's lock, crept out, and somehow managed to scale the fence." "How would he manage to do that?" Sam asked, trying to sound nonchalant. "Who the fuck knows? These pricks will do anything to bust out." Sam reached for the paper and flipped it back to the front page. 3 faces stared back at her, the headline above reading, "Black Death Claims 3. She read the story and discovered that the evidence pointing at a female serial killer was looking more likely by the day. "Listen, do you think you can take over here for a bit?" Pam asked. "Perkins wants to see me up in his office." Sam nodded, flashing her trademark smile as confirmation. "Sure thing." A moment later, she was alone. The computer system operating throughout the prison may have been mostly hidden from the outside, but there weren't a lot of places Mama wasn't able to work her way into. But those rare places now also lay at the fingertips of Sam as she moved her chair before one of the keyboards and began to investigate in earnest. It was Henderson she wanted to check out, to delve into the darkest corners of his database. If he had any hidden skeletons in his prison closet, now was the time to find them. With a few simple tweaks to her own login, Sam quickly began to circumnavigate the primitive password system, giving her free rein amongst the server's many paths. Apart from the usual files and folders most managers were expected to have, Sam quickly found that the man carried very little baggage. All of his folders were neatly alphabetized and sorted into logical collections: reports, rosters, staff notices, reprimands, and so on. She dove through his itinerary and calendar but found few things that could be of interest. After working her way through the final folder, Sam sat back and stared at the empty screen. Whatever she had been looking for had either eluded her or had never existed to begin with. Thinking she may have missed something, Sam returned to the calendar after briefly checking the unit cameras. The last thing she wanted was to be caught in a compromising situation by her peers. The unit appeared vacant, the prisoners still locked away. She figured she had at least another 20 minutes to half an hour before any of the day staff showed up. Sam carefully worked her way through each month a second time, meticulously looking for anything out of the ordinary. The names, the dates, the places, anything that would link him to the bodies. But after going through the entire calendar a second time, she still hadn't struck gold. She returned to his own shifts, those she could see he worked, then compared them to the dates the bodies were found. What Sam discovered confused her more. Up until the second body, Henderson's roster looked identical to his previous few months. But after the third, his shifts changed. Not on a regular basis, but a pattern that was anything but. He would often remain on site well after his shift, sometimes staying the entire night. The times he remained on site were scattered, sometimes 3 in a row, sometimes 1. It was all over the place, without any kind of logic to them. Sam thought back to that morning's interaction between Henderson and Perkins. They didn't appear friendly to one another, a certain sense of tension lying between them. She flicked back through the folders and found the warden's calendar, hoping to see if there was a pattern of meetings between them she could recognize. Meetings between the warden and the captain of the guards wouldn't be unusual, maybe even consistent. Sam knew she was clutching at straws, but it was all she had. Typing at lightning speed, she began to focus on the months where the prisoners were killed, kept the windows open, and compared them to previous months. What she discovered made even less sense than she hoped. It actually raised more questions, if anything. The meetings between the pair prior to the murders were as regular as clockwork, happening at least 3 times per week. But after the killings, they at first continued on after the first 2, then rapidly dropped off, to the previous month showing just 3 meetings for the entire 30 days. There was a rattle out in the unit, and Sam looked at the monitor to see Pam walking back through the airlock. Sam quickly returned to the computer screen and began to close the calendar windows. As she reached May, something suddenly jumped out, a curiosity that immediately rose her suspicions. There were initials, randomly placed throughout the next several months. She looked at the monitor again and saw Pam heading for the emergency exit. It was alarmed but needed to be unlocked during the opening of the unit. Sam returned to the calendar, returned to the previous months, and found no mention of the initials prior to May. After that, there were several, each one exactly 4 days before a subsequent murder. Sam checked the monitor again and saw Pam had now turned towards the control room. She quickly began to close each month, pausing briefly on the current one. There, on September 5th, were the same initials. As if to confirm, she checked her watch for that day's date and saw the 9th. Just as she was about to close the final window, with Pam's footsteps coming across the final bit of hallway towards the control room, Sam saw the initials one final time. September 19th. She finally shut the window, slid back across to the newspaper, and flicked to the back page.
Man, that guy can talk crap,
Pam said, stepping into the room. Huh? Sam asked, looking up as innocently as possible. Pam looked at her for a moment, then continued towards where her bag was sitting. As she began to load her belongings with it, Sam's mind filled with 2 letters, letters she hoped would finally lead to something concrete. B.T. Despite hoping for a relatively easy day, it turned out to be anything but. Once the prisoners were notified that the entire complex would remain in lockdown for the duration of the day due to the location of the latest body, tempers began to flare. By 10 o'clock that morning, 2 officers had already been assaulted by prisoners needing escorting to medical appointments. Sam tried her best to stay focused on the job at hand, but because of those 2 simple letters filling her conscious mind, the distraction only served to put her in danger. It doesn't take much for things to happen in jail, but when they do, they're normally over before anybody realizes. Because of the lockdown, both meals and medications were handed to the inmates via the trap doors, the small access panels built into each cell door. Each trap was located at average face height, making it easier for officers to see into the cells. Radio traffic began to increase throughout the morning, with incidents of COs being spat at through the traps. Whilst not all inmates were infected, some carried diseases such as HIV, hepatitis, and more. Without knowing who had what, officers had no way of knowing which inmate carried which disease. A blanket approach is how officers deal with inmates, treating everybody as if they had every disease known to man. It meant Sam wore gloves whenever interacting with inmates, but due to the spitting incidents, words came from upper management that officers were also required to wear safety glasses. Wearing as much protective gear as she could, Sam and one of her fellow officers, a man named Tyson Brewer, were tasked with handing out the top-tier lunch packs. After loading up the trolley and carrying it upstairs, the officers began to go from cell to cell, leapfrogging each other as they handed out to the still irate prisoners. Several of the inmates were hurling abuse through their small windows, watching as the officers did their rounds. Tyson copped a spray of spit from one, slammed the trap shut, and returned the inmate's food to the trolley. Luckily, the saliva had only hit him in the chest. The officer stood tall at 6'4" and thus needed to bend down to peer in through the small opening. As he grabbed a napkin from the trolley and began to wipe, Sam opened her own trap and handed the tray through. She waited for the prisoner to take it and turned to watch Tyson try and remove the spit from his shirt. Heat exploded all around as if her face had been slammed down onto a hot plate. Sam pushed away from the door, screaming as the excruciating pain seemed to bite into her like knives. "Tammy!" Tyson screamed, but Sam couldn't react, the burn running down her neck and into her upper body. It was as if someone was shooting her with a flamethrower, following her wherever she stepped. She screamed again as the unit seemed to erupt into a fit of cheering and laughter, some of the prisoners kicking and punching their doors, the sound echoing around the common area. It sounded like the beating of tribal drums as officers came running out of the control room. Sam barely heard any of it as strong hands suddenly pulled her into an empty cell, tore her shirt from her body, and pushed her towards a wall. The burning continued to work its way down her body, but all she could do was try and wipe the heat from her face. Sam knocked the safety goggles off, rubbing furiously to try and remove the heat. Voices were frantically shouting all around her, and suddenly cool water hit her directly in the face. She could feel herself trembling as the burning continued, the sensation of both heat and cool playing tricks on her mind. "Tammy," someone shouted. "Tammy, you've been hot-watered. Stand under the shower and don't move." The words barely registered, Sam desperately trying to let the running water do its job. All she could think of was what if she hadn't been wearing the glasses? Would she have been blinded? Her face continued to feel ablaze despite the running water. It felt soothing, but the underlying pain remained strong, throbbing insanely as if burning her from the inside out. After a few minutes, she opened her eyes and saw 2 officers standing beside her. Tyson stood out on the tier with one of the supervisors while another officer was holding the door open. 2 nurses entered the cell and the officers turned and left, leaving Sam in their capable hands. Only once she had finished her 20-minute stint under the running water did they bring Sam out. Despite offering her a wheelchair, Sam insisted on walking from the unit. The nurses gave Sam a blanket to put around herself for modesty's sake. The unit erupted a second time as she stepped from the cell. Her face was still burning, and all she wanted was to get the hell out of there. As she began to descend the steps, she heard a male officer say, "Fucking rookie mistake." Although Sam turned to see who had said the words, she couldn't identify them, a group of 6 officers staring back at her as she walked past. She wanted to scream at them, tell them who she really was and why she was there. But wants and needs were very different, and all she could do was walk quietly from the unit, the pain continuing to throb. She suddenly remembered something Donald had told her during her initial tour. "Any day you get to walk from a unit is a good day." Today, she finally understood. After receiving the necessary medical care in the hospital wing, Sam was sent home for the rest of the day. Henderson had dropped by personally during her brief stay to check on her and had surprised Sam by telling her about his own hot-watering incident back during his first year in the job. She tried to remain objective as she listened to his story, but there was something about the man that didn't fit. Sam couldn't tell why, but by the time he shook her hand and wished her a speedy recovery, she knew in her heart that he wasn't their man. It wasn't anything he said, but rather what he didn't say. It was John Milton's words that came to her as she sat listening to Henderson speak. "Your instincts will always be the final decider. Trust them." They were the words he'd told Sam during her very first day with Pogram. She needed to trust her instincts, and right now, the man sitting before her wasn't it. "Take the rest of the week," Henderson had told her as he bid her farewell. If this was a normal job, then she would have taken him up on the offer. But this wasn't a normal job, and Sam didn't want to remain in this place any longer than she needed to, nor did Tim. They needed to end this as quickly as possible. "Thank you, but I'll be back tomorrow." Henderson nodded at that and gave her a mini salute before leaving the room. 20 minutes later, Sam walked out through the front gate, hopped into her car, and was on the phone to Mama before she hit the main road. Deja vu was in the air.
"Are you all right?"
were Mama's opening words even before Sam had a chance to speak. Yes, I'm fine. A little sore.
"I saw what happened. I hope that beast is punished for that."
Mama's tone conveyed her anger perfectly, Sam smiling as she listened to her guardian angel. Could you do something for me, please, Mama? Would you be able to see if William Tunney goes by the name of Bill?
"The truck from this morning? Sure. You find something?"
Sam thought about whether she had. Maybe. Just a hunch.
"I'll check it out and get back to you. Meanwhile, you head straight home and rest, you hear? No detours."
Sam laughed a little, despite the hint of pain still hovering around her face. All right, I promise. Oh, and one other thing. Do you have access to the prison's intranet?
"Honey, I've been in there since day one."
She chuckled a little, as if proud to mention it. I accessed the calendars for both Henderson and Perkins this morning. Could you possibly send them to me if you have time?
"That's what I love about you,"
Mama said.
"You're so sharp with some things and yet clueless with others. Of course I'll send them through, but please don't snoop around things like that while at work. If they find you, they'll be hell to pay."
Despite the burning in her cheek, Sam felt the extra heat from being scolded. I'm sorry, ma'am.
"You're forgiven."
The line disconnected and Sam dropped the cell beside her. Her mind began to wander, thinking about the information she had on hand. If Henderson really wasn't the one, then who was? Sam wasn't surprised to find the information she requested already waiting on her laptop by the time she walked through her door. Mama was the most efficient backup Sam had ever known, even better than some of the ones she watched on television. She was fast, efficient, and had the most incredible soul to match. Once Sam checked her face in the bathroom mirror and had taken note of where the hot water bomb hit her, she returned to the living room couch and made herself as comfortable as possible. She opened her laptop, clicked on the link Mama had sent, and settled in for a virtual hunt. Not surprisingly, William Tunney turned out to go by the name Bill Tunney, just as Sam had suspected. That meant he was the one meeting with Perkins every few weeks. But when she dug a little further, she found that Mama had been correct with one of her own assumptions. Bill Tunney ran a construction company, which he had purchased upon his discharge from the Army. He'd served in the military for the better part of 30 years, including several tours of the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. The man had an impeccable military career and now looked to be enjoying retirement by running a successful side business. His company, Westerhoff Constructions, had won the contract to fully refurbish the oldest building inside Bolton Prison. It had been a 3-year deal worth several $1,000,000, and Tunney looked to be making a small fortune from the contract. As Sam continued to dive deeper, she noticed the appearance of one person on Perkins' schedule, yet the increased distancing of another. It seemed that as Tunney came into the picture, Henderson's meetings with Perkins declined, almost to the point of being non-existent. It didn't make sense, and although on paper they appeared unrelated, Sam wasn't so sure. She opened the web chat channel to Mama to try and get a helping hand. Things didn't add up, and she needed the help from someone she knew to be the best at what she did. Mama had the means and the skills to create magic with her fingers, a total whiz on the keyboard. Sam, is there a way to see if there's any other links between Perkins and Tunney? Mama.
Of course. Anything particular?
Sam, something doesn't feel right. I'm wondering if they knew each other before this refurbishment contract at the prison started. Mama.
Good call. Shouldn't take me long. Get back soon.
Sam. Thank you. XX. While she waited for Mama to do her thing, Sam decided to check a little bit deeper into Henderson. While her suspicions about Perkins were growing, it was the complete opposite at the other end. With a little bit of digging, she was soon staring at email conversations between the pair, and what she found all but settled her curiosity. In dozens of emails, Henderson appeared to warn Perkins about certain issues throughout the prison, namely the surveillance system. As Sam worked her way through the conversations, the warden's refusal to update the prison's CCTV capabilities were nothing short of total dissension. It was as if he fought against improving the prison's security measures. It wasn't just the cameras Henderson tried to bring up. Officers' safety, overworked staff, poor rostering practices, lack of overtime pay, and a lack of proper working tools for staff were all things Henderson approached Perkins about, his tone growing more confrontational with each email. The more mail interactions Sam opened, the more she saw the real reason behind the captain's anger, which started to look like something else entirely. It was frustration. Sam opened another window, hit the internet browser, and brought up the vision from the press conference where she had first seen Henderson. He was standing a little behind Perkins, and as the clip played out, she kept her attention on the man in the back. Now, with the knowledge of what she had read in the many email exchanges, Henderson no longer appeared as the angry and dangerous-looking officer. Instead, he appeared as the frustrated subordinate, his eyes occasionally peering towards his boss, which was quickly followed by a light scowl. It was there for all the world to see, a man caught up in the political red tape of a warden who didn't want to play the game by the rules. If anything, Henderson may prove to be an ally once the shit really starts falling around them. Mama phoned instead of chatting virtually. She was old school like that, preferring the simplicity of simply speaking to people. Sam answered the call and was immediately rewarded for her curiosity. I don't know how you knew, but you were right. Perkins and Tunney did know each other before the contract. Actually, long before the contract. How long? Sam asked, sitting upright. Try a good 20 years. Tunney was Perkins' superior in the Army. Perkins was in the Army? Sure was. Did a couple of tours with Tunney. And get this, 3 other people from that squad work for Tunney as well. Can you guess where? They're part of the crew in the prison? Sam felt her pulse quicken, relieved at finally having something to go on. They are. I've checked some of the footage and have identified each of them. This still doesn't link them to the murders, though. She looked back at the monitor where Perkins was still busy talking to the mob of reporters. But maybe someone else has a hunch like me. Chapter 10. The day of Trevor Thompson's murder was one of Tim's longest ever. Locked up in a cell with 5 other inmates was beyond uncomfortable. The smell, the tension, the very thought of being locked up and unable to leave proved to be the things Tim couldn't get his mind off. So when an officer came to take him for an appointment, he jumped at the opportunity. It was a psychological evaluation he needed to complete, organized by the state itself. The nurse who handed him the sheet of paper and pen gave Tim a brief explanation of what he needed to do before leaving him alone in a room as barren as an empty cell. He sat quietly and looked at the sheet, eyeing each question before carefully ticking the appropriate box. He'd taken several psychological evaluations in the past, and while most of the questions seemed legitimate, others did not. Do you have a family? If you were told you had a terminal illness, who would you tell? What would you do to get out of jail if you had a choice? The weird questions seemed to be intermingled, and although they didn't make sense, Tim filled them out regardless, careful to sign his fake name at the top. Once he finished, Tim set the pen down and waited for the nurse to return. It felt like forever, and in the back of his mind, one of the more common sayings he'd heard since arriving played out in his mind. Prison time was something inmates talked about a lot, comparing it to time spent in a dentist chair. It felt like almost an hour before the door finally opened, but much to Tim's surprise, it wasn't the nurse walking back in the room. Instead, Warden Perkins entered the room, closed the door, and simply sat opposite him, a strange grin on his face. He picked up the sheet and briefly read it, skimming down the page in short spurts. Ray Brown, he finally said, holding his hand out. Tim looked at it for a moment, unsure if he should shake. Warden Perkins. Tim finally did shake, gripping the man's hand and giving it a single squeeze before dropping it back on the table. The warden didn't seem to notice, instead watching him intently. When he finally spoke again, his entire demeanor changed, his voice dropping to an almost whisper. Ray. May I call you Ray? He didn't wait for an answer.
I like to meet every inmate who walks through the gates of this facility. I'm also a very firm believer in the law. I've read your record, and I wonder if I may be blunt with you. Do you think you'll receive a fair trial? I mean, your previous record is clean, nothing, not a blemish. Then you get yourself drunk, do something stupid, and before you know it, you're here.
Tim eyed him curiously, unsure of where the conversation was headed. He felt uncomfortable, but not in a way that would end well for the warden.
Let's just say that this facility provides for its inmates, from rehabilitation to courses and, of course, to ensuring a fair sentence for all. If at any time you feel that your punishment wasn't fair, please feel free to call me.
He reached into his pocket, pulled out a card, and handed it to Tim. He didn't bother waiting for a response, simply rising to his feet, sheet in hand, and turned back to the door. Tim watched him leave, the man not bothering to look back before he disappeared just as quick as he had appeared. Tim looked at the card and saw that on it was nothing more than a phone number. After returning to his cell, Tim made sure to stow the card the warden had given him under his mattress. Whilst listening to the warden, he'd felt a vibe that reminded him of one thing: deceit. The man was lying about whatever he was talking about. Of that, Tim was positive. What he needed was for Sam to know. He walked back to the cell's interior window and looked out into the unit. The bank of phones were lined up along the wall to one side, barely 30 feet from where he stood. They may as well have been on Mars, just as accessible from there as they were here. The unit was completely deserted, the only movement behind the other unit windows where the rest of the inmates remained locked up.
Bit antsy?
Bevan asked. Tim turned and walked back to his bunk.
Just need some air,
he said as he climbed.
Try not to think about it, Mort said. Try and imagine yourself on a beautiful beach somewhere.
Yeah, surrounded by gorgeous titties, Bevan cried. The rest of the cell applauded.
Nothing better than delicious titties,
Mort agreed. Once the fanfare died down again, Tim laid back, put an arm under his head, and stared up at the ceiling. After a few minutes, he closed his eyes and tried his best to block out the voices around him. If he couldn't escape the cell for real, maybe he could mentally. It wasn't until dinner time that Tim was woken by one of the other inmates calling to him. The COs were handing dinner trays through the trap, and each prisoner had to present in person to collect one. Although he wasn't hungry, Tim slid from the bunk and grabbed a tray.
Hey, boss,
he whispered to the officer handing him the tray.
Any chance of getting out today?
The officer almost laughed at the question, but answered it anyway. Unlike Tim, he didn't keep his voice down, speaking as if addressing the entire unit.
No one is getting out of their cell today. May as well get used to it.
Once Tim had his tray, the officer slammed the trap shut and moved on to the next cell, leaving Tim staring at the closed door.
Help yourselves, guys,
he said, setting the meal down on one of the empty bunk beds. The swarm of fingers flew in like a crazed flock of seagulls. The tray lay empty within seconds as Tim climbed back into bed. Whatever he needed to do would have to wait until morning. Tim wasn't one for spending more time sleeping than he needed, so when the lockdown happened and he found himself sleeping throughout the afternoon, it meant by the time normal bedtime came around, he wasn't tired. This meant that although he managed to fall asleep again by around 9, by 2 in the morning he was well and truly done with sleep. He was as wide awake as he would ever be, and nothing would get him back. He decided to stretch his legs some, slowly climbing down from his bunk as the rest of the cell continued to snore like a pack of drunks after a hard night on the booze. He looked down at Bevan, sleeping on the lower bunk next to his own. He had half his naked ass hanging out from under the blanket. As Tim passed him on his way to the toilet, Bevan let rip with an impressive fart, snorted a couple of times, then pulled the blanket a little further up his torso, revealing the rest of his butt. Tim shook his head in disgust, then went and urinated, the flow seeming to go on forever. He hadn't had a lot to drink during the previous day, but figured that not going at all had managed to accumulate a significant amount. Once he was done, he flushed, then walked to the window and looked out at the darkened unit. The bank of phones continued to mock him from where they sat, and Tim flipped them the bird, glad no one was watching. Just as he turned and went to head back to his bunk, movement from the corner of his eye caught his attention. He looked and saw someone walking through the shadows, appearing to take care to remain as close to the outside wall as possible. Whoever it was headed for a cell on the lower tier, possibly next to Tim's own or one further along. The person disappeared from view for a moment, and Tim took a step back himself, pushing himself away from the window and further into the darkness of the cell. He waited for an unknown number of minutes before the figure reappeared. It was an officer, of that he was sure, but he couldn't make out whether it was male or female. Then, just as he thought the lone figure would disappear from the unit again, it paused, turned back, and motioned behind itself. A second figure appeared, this one clearly dressed in prison gear. It was an inmate, and Tim could make out by the silhouette that it was Dewey McIntosh. The man stood 6 foot tall, weighed 300 pounds, and walked with a permanent limp. He was a fat inmate that had a tough time due to his habit of stealing food and talking shit. As Tim watched, he saw the officer beckon to Dewey, then slowly lead him back through the unit and out through the second exit, the one reserved for emergencies. Tim half expected the alarm the door was supposed to trip to begin wailing, but it remained silent as the pair disappeared out into the night. Unsure of how long they would be gone for, and with not a lot of other options open to him, Tim headed back to his bunk, climbed carefully up, and lay face down with his head down the foot end. This gave him a clear view out into the unit. He was curious to find out why Dewey would be removed. It wasn't uncommon for prisoners to summon staff for medical reasons, someone having chest pains, trouble breathing, or any other number of issues. But when that happened, the unit was usually lit up and a number of officers would attend, usually with a nurse in tow who would check the prisoner right in their cell. If they then needed to be transported to another location, the officers would either escort the man or provide a stretcher and wheel him out. Tim continued watching, letting his mind wander freely as he stood back and took note. His mind had a strange ability to play out scenarios, giving him an insight into various possibilities in any number of situations. And right now, he wondered whether Dewey was in danger. No way, he thought to himself. The day after a murder? But his mind refused to let go, providing several outcomes, but none as obvious as murder. Tim lay awake for almost 2 hours before his eyes began to feel heavy again. He initially tried to resist, but by 4 o'clock he was slowly losing the will to fight. Better to get a few more moments of sleep while he could. Who knew what that day had in store? It was yelling that woke Tim up, the screams reverberating around the confined space. He opened his eyes to find 3 or 4 inmates lined up at the window, each with their hands on the glass. It was Bevan that was banging on it while screaming abuse at the guards out in the common area.
"Open the fucking door!"
He yelled, but none of the guards looked to be paying attention. They were focused on a cell to Tim's left as he slowly began to link the morning to the previous night's events. "What's going on?" Tim asked. Morty turned back and shook his head.
"They said they're not unlocking yet. Someone apparently tried to escape last night."
Hearing this, Bevan started banging on the window for another round.
"I don't give a fuck! Open the fucking door!"
Out in the unit, several other inmates also began yelling abuse, the tribal drums of window bashing sounding like a backing track. Finally, one of the officers began walking towards the cell door, opened the trap, and stood a little to the side in case someone decided to launch something through the small gap.
"What's going on, boss?"
Mort asked, the closest to the door.
"I know it's a pain, but we've got orders to keep the unit locked down. Apparently someone got out of their cell last night and has gone wandering."
"Who?" Morty asked, but that was as much information as the officer was willing to share. He closed the trap and returned to where the rest of his crew were waiting.
"Fuck!"
Bevan screamed, giving the window a final kick before heading back to his bunk. Tim remained where he was, missing his ear gear more than ever. Chapter 11. Sam was in the shower when her cell began to ring. She had planned to head into work a little earlier than her usual starting time, keen to speak to someone she now considered a possible ally. But as she looked at her cell and saw Mama's smiling face staring back at her, she knew her morning was about to change drastically. "Mama? There's been another one." "What?" Sam said, genuinely shocked. "They found a body in the gymnasium. Whatever is going on at that prison, it's definitely not slowing down." "All right, I'm on my way." Sam canceled the call and cut her shower short. This time her intention wasn't to snoop around, but instead to try and find an opportunity to talk with Henderson himself. She had no doubt that he would be at the prison, probably one of the first to be notified. After grabbing her gear, Sam headed out, a little extra spring in her step as she hoped that things were finally starting to fall together. With any luck, Henderson would prove to be the piece they needed. The reporters were again waiting for newly arriving staff by the front door, and again, Sam managed to dodge their questions. Once inside, she was processed by the reception staff and quickly made her way into the airlock. After grabbing her keys and radio, she joined the queue to get into the prison. She looked around for either Perkins or Henderson, but this time neither were there. It was just the usual complement of officers, each keen to get to their unit and get through another painful shift. As soon as she managed to get inside the prison, Sam made a beeline for the gymnasium, positive that would be the place to start. She walked with an air of urgency, her previous demeanor of a serial killer hunter starting to make a return. With any luck, it wouldn't be long until Harry Lightman himself could once again watch her feast. There were dozens of officers standing around the gymnasium, with the body of Dewey McIntosh lying face up on a weightlifting bench. He'd been stabbed repeatedly in the chest, but that wasn't what drew the most attention. His pants were slung down around his ankles, the man lying naked on his deathbed. The smell of blood hung heavy in the air, and from the amount pooled beneath the body, Sam wondered if there was any still remaining in the man. But seeing the body was the least of her worries as the smell began to overtake her control. It filled her nostrils, Sam's mouth beginning to salivate as she could almost taste it. She closed her eyes and tried to focus on her breathing. "You okay?" someone said, and Sam looked to see Donald standing beside her. "Surely not your first body." Sam shook her head, trying her best to ignore the insatiable hunger. "No, of course not. Just feeling off today." Donald didn't appear to believe her and slowly turned and went to a group of COs by the door. Henderson was one of the front-line officers, standing over the body and speaking to one of the police officers already on the scene. He kept pointing up to where a camera was fixed to a wall, although it just happened to be pointing the other way. The bench poor Dewey was killed on sat at one end of the gymnasium. The camera the two were discussing was fixed to the wall about halfway along. No other cameras existed. The cop was shaking his head from side to side, clearly annoyed at the lack of surveillance in the building. Henderson, on the other hand, looked embarrassed. Sam watched them, blending into the crowd as best she could, feeling sorry for the man. When Perkins finally showed up, Henderson took one look, shook his head, and said something to the cop. The police officer looked behind him, saw Perkins, then shook hands with Henderson. As Perkins joined their group, Henderson simply turned and walked away. Sam kept watch and slowly followed him as Henderson first stopped with one group of officers, then another. Once he'd given out the necessary instructions, he headed for the exit and left the building, with Sam following close behind. As they walked down the almost empty corridor, Sam decided that this would be the best time if she was going to say anything at all. The man was angry, embarrassed, and had just left his nemesis. To say his anger towards Perkins wasn't piqued would be an understatement. "Captain?" Sam called out. Henderson slowed slightly and looked behind. He paused briefly when he saw her, looking confused as he struggled to find her name. "I'm sorry, Miss Clark, is it?" he said once Sam was close enough for her name badge to be read. "I don't have a lot of time." "I really need to talk to you." She looked around and saw a door leading into one of the classes that normally run during the day. The door was locked, and Sam knew the office would be empty. "Please, I won't be long." Without waiting for confirmation, she unsnapped her keys, fumbled through the bunch, and found the right one.
Miss, really?
Sam didn't pause, quickly unlocking the door and pulling it open. She realized she had one shot at this, so decided to take a gamble. It was all she had, and she needed to know. "I know about the warden," she whispered, staring straight at him. His face changed immediately from mild curiosity to sudden shock. "Please," Sam repeated. Henderson slowly began to walk towards the door, his eyes never leaving Sam's. As he passed her and walked into the room, he snapped his gaze forward, walked into the middle of the room beyond, and spun back around to face her.
"What do you mean you know about the warden?"
he asked once the door was closed again. Sam took a step forward, took a deep breath, and prepared to reveal her cards. "Sir, I believe you know that the warden is mixed up with these murders." She paused, waiting for a hint of response.
"What? Why would you—"
he began, but Sam cut him off. "I know you know, and I also know that you think he's probably somehow manipulating the prison's security system to help him with these murders." Henderson took a step back, shaking his head slightly, as if trying to stop her words. "I need your help, sir."
"Who are you?"
He sounded more shocked than surprised, but Sam thought she saw a hint of recognition. "First, you tell me what you know. I'm right, aren't I?"
"Who are you?"
he repeated. "I work for an agency that investigates multiple case homicides. My name is Samantha Rader." She decided that in order to gain his trust, she would have to give him something in return. It seemed to work as he slowly rubbed his forehead. "Please."
"Yes,"
he almost whispered.
"but this is much bigger than the warden."
"How much bigger?" Sam asked.
"Big enough to involve more than just the warden. I think he's just the key to get in the front door."
"What do you mean the front door?" Henderson looked behind Sam, towards the door, as if nervous.
"If anyone sees us—"
"Tell me," Sam said, amplifying her voice. It was enough to regain his attention.
"To tell you the truth, I don't really know how many. All I know for sure is that I started noticing things a few months ago. Strangers walking around, people Perkins knew. And then that whole building refurbishment started and the same people returned. They spent several months in that building and then all of a sudden, the murders began."
"Does anyone know you suspect them?"
"I don't know. I haven't exactly been forthcoming with friendly vibes. But what I do know is that Perkins is doing his best to make sure that the security system in this jail remains as useless as it ever has. The man refuses to upgrade or fix any cameras, almost as if he prefers them not to work."
He looked behind her again, a light sweat breaking on his brow. "What do you mean the key to the front door?"
"I once saw Perkins arguing with a man at a nearby Burger King. This was late last year. The pair were really getting into it, you know? Right out in the middle of this parking lot with kids playing nearby and mums walking past. I'll never forget the guy he was arguing with. Big guy, huge. Would have to be at least 6'6". Tattoos down both arms, bald head, big goatee beard. I mean, that guy looked ready to kill, and he was right in Perkins' face."
"Did you hear what they were arguing about?" Henderson shook his head.
"Nah, I was just going through the drive-thru."
"Did they see you?" Again, he shook his head.
"Never really thought about it again, you know? Months passed and I had all but forgotten about it. Then one day, the first work crew arrived for the refurb over in the old staff building, and there he was, standing tall and happy as punch as he unloaded the first truck. William Tunney. And there was Perkins, standing right beside him, grinning as if he'd just won the lottery."
Someone shouted something just outside the door, and Henderson nearly jumped, his face looking flushed.
"We need to go,"
he said, but Sam kept her cool. "We need to meet outside, tonight." The man shook his head, for the first time looking genuinely afraid.
"Look, I don't know who these people are, but I can't risk being seen in a compromising situation, not with another officer."
"Yes, tonight." She thought quickly, then reached for her notepad and wrote down an address. "Meet me here at midnight." He hesitated to take it, and Sam thrust it forward. "Take it. I need to end this now." He looked a little amused at that, the fear still evident. You're going to end this?" "Yes, me." Once back out in the prison, Sam headed for her own unit while Henderson headed for the front of the prison. She still had doubt about whether Henderson would actually show, but he'd certainly come through in other ways. For the first time, Sam knew that Perkins was involved, but still didn't know to what extent. Was he the killer? She didn't think so, the man appearing much too weak. Sam wondered whether he'd have the strength to frighten small children, the kind of person that would jump at their own shadow. Sam returned to the unit and immediately realized she needed to get out. There were too many chances of being detected, and what she needed above all else was to speak to Mama. She needed the missing piece, the link that would bring everything together, and the main thing she needed was Tim out of jail. After quietly sitting in the control room, she finally began to moan and hold her stomach. Steve, one of the other officers, looked at her. "You don't look so hot. You should go home." "I don't feel so hot." She went to the bathroom, removed her boots, and began to sprint on the spot, not stopping again until she was well and truly puffed. The sweat was running from her, and before it had a chance to evaporate, Sam returned to the control room. "Oh, shit, girl," Sue Harvey, the supervisor, said when she saw her. "Get the hell out of here. I don't want to catch whatever you got." Sam coughed, watched the others shrink back some, and grabbed her things. Mission accomplished. Back in her car, Sam didn't waste time in phoning Mama and filling her in. The woman on the other end listened intently, but Sam immediately felt something wrong. It was as if Mama had something else on her mind. "Are you okay?" she finally asked. The response she heard was not something she expected, as Mama's weeping came down the line. "Mama, what is it?" "Vic Horton was murdered a short time ago. He was shot dead while working the Black Death case." "Oh my God," Sam heard herself say. "And Lorraine?" "In the hospital. She has a bullet wound to the chest. Doctors have said it's touch and go." "I'm so sorry." Victor had been Mama's neighbor for years, a popular member of Pogrom. He had been in the warehouse when Fenton and Evelyn were killed, Tim telling Sam the story during a previous mission. "She'll be all right, Mama." Understanding that Mama needed time, Sam ended the call and drove home in silence. She felt her anger build, and as she pulled the car into the parking lot, was gripping the steering wheel tight enough for her fingers to cramp. It was the taste that returned, still feeling as fresh as when she had stood in the gymnasium. Sam parked the car and quickly jumped out, wondering if she still had Coke in the fridge. Just as she began to climb the stairs, a voice spoke from ahead of her.
"Holy shit. It's the big, tough CO."
Sam paused, looked up, and saw gold teeth from the store standing at the top of the stairs. Behind were the three others, all eyes fixed on her. "Listen, guys," Sam began.
"What you doing all alone? You know, it's not safe out here, not with Big Bad Nicky and his friends here."
They began to walk forward, and Sam retreated, slowly walking back down the stairs. She could feel the familiar surge of adrenaline, but not the way most people did. The adrenaline drove her appetite, that animalistic need for blood, courtesy of old Harry Lightman himself. This was what she always imagined he felt whenever he prepared to murder.
"Maybe Goldilocks here wants to play,"
one of the others mocked, gold teeth cackling with delight. Sam reached the bottom, took another couple of steps, and stopped. She closed her eyes, desperate to keep her urge under control. The taste of blood filled her mouth, feeling like a craving unable to be satisfied. "You need to leave," Sam whispered, and that's when it happened, a voice in her mind as clear as her own.
"You don't really want them to leave."
Despite recognizing the voice, Sam struggled to understand how she could be hearing it while awake. It was the voice of Harry Lightman, a voice she'd only ever heard during her dreams. "Run." Sam tried again, but the four men began surrounding her, looking at her like a wanted toy.
"Bitch, the only thing—"
And that was as far as Gold Teeth got. Before any of the others had a chance to react, Sam lunged at the surprised man, drove her fingers deep into his matted hair, and took hold. Her teeth clamped onto his face, and as the blood sprayed out, she heard the others gasp in surprise. Gold Teeth screamed in agony, tried to punch, but missed. Sam pushed back from him, shot her knee up, and caught him square in the balls. As Gold Teeth slowly dropped to the ground with a neat hole in one cheek, one of the others stepped forward while another circled around. The fourth took a final look at Gold Teeth and made the decision to split, possibly his wisest choice ever. Sam waited until one of the remaining two made a move, then dropped to the ground before him with the fastest splits ever seen, swinging her fist at the second pair of balls of the day. She connected, and before the unfortunate victim had a chance to drop, Sam rose back to her feet, spun around, and brought her boot into the side of his face. The crunch of the nose breaking sounded like a tree branch snapping, and it was enough for the third guy to part company. Once she was sure he'd gone, Sam turned her attention back to Gold Teeth, feeling his blood stickiness on her face. The taste of it filled her very soul, and as she bent over him, heard the voice a second time.
Now do what you were born to do.
Sam did her best to ignore the voice and the craving, leaning down until her mouth was inches from the warmth of his blood. You ever come near Ruby or me again, and I'll make sure to chew your whole fucking face off. She took a final smell of blood, then retreated back to the stairs. Only once she was sure they wouldn't follow, Sam made her way back to her apartment. A minute later, the coke was doing its job. Chapter 12. It was Mama that phoned Sam back later that day. Once her cell rang and she saw the contact photo, Sam hoped that the news was a little better.
Lorraine is out of surgery. They think she'll pull through.
Thank God, Sam replied.
Sam, listen,
Mama said, not wasting time.
Perkins is only the middleman.
What do you mean?
William Tunney is the one. I ran a check of his cell phone records and found several text messages between himself and Perkins. I'm not sure why, but somehow Tunney is blackmailing Perkins. He has something over him.
Blackmailing for what? The contract? Sam tried to make sense of things in her mind, the jumble of thoughts tripping over itself.
I don't know, but whatever it is, there's more to it than money. And there's Pamela Duncan.
Sam's ears pricked immediately. Pam?
Yes, the one and only. Did you know she was also in the military? Briefly, back in the heyday of her career commencement. Guess who she was dating?
Tunney.
You catch on quick. From what I gather, this Perkins has managed to surround himself with people who hold something over him. Maybe that's why he's always smiling so nervously.
Mama, I have to get Tim out.
Yes, on that count, I fully agree with you. John's already phoned Augustine, but he can't act until tomorrow morning.
Sam mulled it over. If I'm right, the prison will remain locked down today, so hopefully he'll be fine. I'm meeting with Henderson tonight at midnight. Maybe he knows something more.
Just be careful. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Hearing you loud and clear, Sam replied, dreading her instincts. The wait for midnight dragged like nothing before for Sam. She tried to occupy her mind by relaxing with the laptop, going back over files from the prison. But nothing she did could stop her eyes from repeatedly darting back and forth between the laptop time, the wall clock, and her wristwatch. Out of sheer frustration, she typed his name into Google and took her chances. The first several pages were filled with web pages about Tunney's business interests, his projects, and the contracts he'd fulfilled. But as Sam progressed deeper into the void, she happened to find a single page with a line of text that immediately grabbed her attention. Tunney completes another hunt. Sam clicked the page and an image immediately filled the top half of her monitor. William Tunney was standing above a dead elephant, one boot on the animal's front leg, his rifle slung across his shoulders. It appeared he was in some African game reserve, hunting trophies and looking like he didn't have a care in the world. He's a hunter, Sam thought to herself. And that was when a thought crossed her mind, one so left field it made perfect sense. She quickly opened another page and followed a hunch, one she hoped would finally let the pieces fall into place. By the time midnight rolled around, Sam was prepped, fired up, and ready to go. The one thing missing was Henderson, and that she hoped was about to be rectified. As she climbed down the stairs from her apartment, she briefly paused, listening for the sounds of someone approaching her. She wasn't sure if old Goldteeth had learned his lesson or had instead stuck around for payback. After making sure she was alone, Sam continued on to her car, not relaxing until she was safely inside. She only began to calm once she swung the vehicle out onto the main road, headed out to the warehouse where Augustine had originally picked up Tim. She arrived a little early and wasn't surprised to find the place deserted. The warehouse had an opened front, the doors long gone into history. Sam drove into the shed, turned around, and killed the headlights and engine. The darkness consumed her immediately, and she sat with the window wound down, reminding herself that she was the monster. The silence was almost hypnotic as Sam sat and waited for Henderson to show. It was still a good 10 minutes before the strike of midnight, and she sank a little deeper into the seat, thrumming the wheel in time to Another One Bites the Dust as it played in her mind. She was about to hop out and walk to the warehouse's perimeter when something suddenly touched her arm. Thinking a fly or moth, Sam absently brushed at it, felt human fingers, and screamed as she turned to stare into the face of Lance Henderson looking back from the darkness. "What the hell?" Sam snapped. Henderson looked wildly around, waved his arms about as he tried to quiet her. "Keep it down," he tried to mouth. "Lance, we are in the middle of nowhere. Relax." Fearing for his manly pride, he stood upright, relaxed his shoulders, and nodded. "How often do you see Tunney on site?" Sam asked as she climbed out of the car. "Not a lot. He only drops by once or twice a month, if that." "And always meets with Perkins?" He nodded. "They usually meet in the refurb building." Sam looked at him curiously. "Really?" "Yes. Why?" "Get in. I think it's time we checked just what sort of work these boys have been doing down there." Even in the dark, Sam could see Henderson's eyes grow wider. "Are you crazy? We can't go there." Sam shook her head. "We can, and we will. I think Tunney and his crew are the ones murdering prisoners. Perkins has been doing his best to stall any investigation, including throwing the cops off the track. Did you see today's papers?" Henderson nodded again. "It's only a matter of time before the cops catch on, but until then, these sons of bitches are running their own private hunting safaris." "What?" Henderson asked. "You're serious?" "Pretty sure. Just not sure why Perkins is allowing it." Henderson stared off into the distance, his mind working overtime to grasp the gravity of the situation. "And right now, we need to go and check the hunting grounds out for ourselves." It took a little more effort than she first imagined, but eventually Sam managed to convince Henderson into the car. Once in, she didn't waste time starting the engine and flooring the small hatchback, getting them moving before he had a chance to change his mind. She knew exactly where she needed to go, following the same path she'd driven the first night she spotted Tunney enter the prison grounds. Henderson remained almost silent the entire way, mumbling his objections quietly to himself. Sam smiled to herself in the darkness, wondering what driving next to her did for his manhood. Even just sitting beside him, Sam could see the man was petrified. The prison looked just as deserted as the first night she parked her car on top of the hill. The facility sat quietly below them, although now the scattered overhead lamps were doing a poor job of illuminating the complex. The building Sam was interested in sat in complete darkness by the eastern wall, the sally port leading directly inside it. "Know how we can get inside?" Sam asked. "You can't be serious." Henderson tried again, but this time Sam let a sliver of rage slip into her words. "Toughen the fuck up. We're going in," she snapped. Henderson winced a little, then nodded. "The roller door is controlled via the control, but I have the override code for the panel." "Won't the control room see the door opening?" Henderson shook his head.
The code cancels the signal to the control room. Don't ask me why, it just does.
Sam began to laugh. Henderson looked at her as if she'd lost her mind.
What's so damn funny?
He asked. Of course it cancels the signal to the control room. I bet that's how Tunny gets in as well. A code for anytime access. Sam shook her head in disgust. Let's go. The climb down the hill was pretty straightforward, and with the patrol car already finished with the first 2 perimeter sweeps, Sam knew the coast would be clear all the way to the door. Doing her best to remain as close to the wall as possible, the shadows located there shielded them perfectly. With just a sliver of moon overhead, the night served its purpose with near perfection. Once by the door, Sam stood back and gestured for Henderson to step forward and do what he needed to do. He paused again, unsure of whether to proceed. Trust me, Sam said, putting a hand on his shoulder and giving him a squeeze. He frowned, knowing he would do it even before his fingers began punching the numbers into the electronic number pad. The door began to rise with a gentle wisp, sounding more like a home garage than the big industrial slider it really was. Movement suddenly caught Henderson's eye, and as he turned to peer into the darkness, 2 shapes appeared to hover in the shadows. As they came closer, one of the shadows appeared to wave at them. Hey there, boys, Sam said confidently. Henderson looked wide-eyed as the 2 shapes took form, slowly walking towards them. They wore black outfits topped by black balaclavas with night vision goggles fixed to their foreheads. Each carried what appeared to be a submachine gun with a pistol strapped to their belts.
Miss Rader?
One of the newcomers spoke, the other simply waving. Lance, meet my friends. Doug and Torin, say hi to Lance. They both waved again, and Henderson looked at them, his eyes threatening to drop from their sockets.
Who the hell are you people?
Was all he could ask. With the pleasantries out of the way, the 4 of them headed inside, then waited for Henderson to close the door again. Doug and Torin each handed over some night vision goggles, which Sam and Henderson immediately put on. Once ready, they quickly took note of where they were. It was a small room, a little larger than a standard double garage. A single door stood before them, and that was where they headed once Sam gave the nod. While the upper section of the old building appeared untouched, it was the lower floors the group found interesting. Dozens of tunnels and passageways had either been newly built or unearthed after historical cave-ins and collapses. Around every corner was another junction, offering those trying to make their way through with multiple options. Doug made a point for the others to remain close. He said the chances of getting lost were extremely high.
What the hell is this place?
Henderson asked as he and Sam rounded yet another corner. Isn't it obvious? Sam said. This is their hunting ground. I'll bet they've been bringing prisoners down here and letting them run free, hunting them like animals before killing them. They looked around in amazement, the endless tunnels offering a multitude of directions. Several portable cages sat against one wall, appearing like makeshift cells. Just as they were about to return to the surface, something rattled overhead. An engine began to fire, and the lights throughout the tunnels sprang to life. Each of them grabbed their goggles, with Henderson briefly hissing in pain. With the lights on, the scope of the facility was brought into reality, the true size now revealed in all its glory.
Fuck,
Henderson snapped.
Someone's here.
Doug gestured for the others to follow, and the 4 of them began to half-run towards one of the corridors. Above them, voices began to fill the air, their tones sounding excited. Sam wondered whether they would be stupid enough to have a 3rd killing in as many nights, but doubted they would be that dumb. Despite waiting for the intruders to close in on them, the voices didn't appear to get any closer, so Sam motioned for the team to close in instead. Although Henderson tried his best to stop them, Sam soon shoved him forward, following Doug and Torin back to the upper floors. As they gained ground, the voices soon became more identifiable, and within a few meters, Sam began to recognize them. One was Perkins, of that she was sure. He sounded angry and defensive, another voice she couldn't identify yelling at him.
Why the fuck would you be so stupid as to let her in?
The voice yelled.
I had no choice, I swear,
Perkins replied.
Kill him now,
another voice cried, to which Perkins simply squealed. No one's killing anyone right now, another voice said, and this time it was Henderson that paused, recognizing it immediately. What? Sam asked, whispering into his ear. Henderson simply shook his head and continued on. It wasn't until they were almost in the same room, a huge open space where the original cafeteria had been, that the true extent of the meeting came to light. The group were having a serious interaction with everyone involved. 3 people were tied to chairs, 2 with gags covering their mouths. Perkins was one, while the other 2 had their backs turned to where Sam and the others were hiding. So what the hell do we do now? Who knows how much these fuckers know? One of the men said. We simply lie low. No one gives a shit as long as we keep feeding the cops what they need to hear. Ain't that right? It was Tunney speaking to someone to his left, the man hidden behind a pillar. The boys will be fine as long as the cash keeps coming. Sam looked at Henderson, the man almost shaking with fear. Doug and Torin gave her a nod and instead of agreeing, waved them down. She needed to hear what was going on before running in with all guns blazing. It's too hot, I tell you, Perkins cried. Shut the fuck up, you freak, Tunney snapped. We're the only thing keeping your sorry ass out of jail right now. Know what they do to your kind in a place like this? Fucking kitty fiddler, someone else said. Sam stared back at Henderson, finally understanding the hold they had over him. As for this stupid bitch, Tunney said, taking a pistol from his belt. He pulled the second person off the chair, turned her around, and forced her to kneel. On your knees, dumb cunt. As the woman looked up, Sam was stunned to see Pam facing away from them as Tunney put the barrel to the back of her head. One side of her face was blackened, the eye almost completely shut. Before she had a chance to speak, Pam's face disappeared in an explosion of gore, a thin cloud of blood and bones shooting out in a neat arc before her. The blast of the shot rang loud in the enclosed space, enough to hide Sam's brief gasp. Bury this piece of shit, Tunney said. Perkins bent forward and began to vomit. What the hell happened to you? You used to have balls. Really? Someone else said sarcastically, and a couple of others laughed. Why kill her? Perkins said once he had himself back under control. Because she killed that guy on her own, Tunney screamed before swinging a boot into Perkins's middle. He dropped to the floor and began gasping for breath as the big man turned his attention to the last figure. And the day after a fucking hunt. Who the hell is so stupid? He turned towards the third person tied to a chair. And now, to you. He reached forward and pulled the gag down, then took a couple of steps back before bending over enough to come face to face with the seated man. How many more of you are there? The man remained silent. Tunney removed the gun from his belt again, cocked the hammer, and pointed the barrel into the man's face. Listen, champ. I don't know if you noticed, but my fuse is a pretty short one. I don't tend to ask questions twice. Just me, the bound man said, and Sam's eyes widened as she heard Tim's voice. Now, why do I think you're lying? I'm not, Tim replied, sounding as calm as ever. Then who the fuck is Tammy Clark? Tunney said, and Sam felt her cheeks burning, more from anger than anything else. Almost on cue, the voice of Harry returned, as if to taunt her. Get ready for the fun to begin, he whispered in her mind. I have no idea, Tim said. Tunney screamed, stepped forward, and brought the butt of the pistol down on top of Tim's head. The sickening crack sounded like hammer on wood. Tim's body fell forward, then back into the chair as Tunney lifted a boot into his chest. Sam looked at Doug, gave him a wink and a nod, then pointed to where the men were standing. Both Doug and Torin nodded back, raised their weapons, and prepared to fire. Because I'm going to kill you, it's not going to matter much, but do you have any idea what you walked in on? Tunney asked. Tim looked up at the man, his neck craning to see the very top. Each kill is worth $1 million in our pocket. $1 million for the pleasure of hunting these pieces of shit, these society rejects that nobody cares about. Do you know the amount of people that happily pay to hunt? Tunney turned back to the 4 men standing behind him.
I don't get why those fuckers get looked after so well. Send them to me. I'll give them something worthwhile to live for. Imagine a world where we could hunt unimpeded.
Amen, one of the others said.
Millionaires, billionaires. They want to spend their money on things normal men could never afford, and I provide that service.
He turned back to Tim, crossed his arms across a substantial chest, and leaned back on his boot heels. Tim's head throbbed, a trickle of blood running down the side of his face. While it should have felt warm, instead it felt cold, almost icy.
I don't think you get it.
Oh, he gets it all right, a new voice said from somewhere behind him. Tunney looked up and past him, raising his pistol in an instant.
Don't tell me,
Tunney began.
Tammy Clark.
Sam slowly walked to where the light reached the floor, listening to Tunney's speech. When she knew she was well clear of the others behind her, she finally spoke, drawing all eyes on her. Yes, Tammy Clark, Sam said, making sure to remain in line to ensure each of the guns behind her remained on target.
What the fuck are you doing back there?
Thought I'd come and check out this playground you've been building yourself, and all inside a prison. Clever. The 4 men standing behind Tunney stepped around him, trying to get a look at her. While she didn't recognize 3 of them, the 4th rang home instantly, Sam almost shocked to see him. Sheriff Augustine, I certainly didn't expect to see you here. The sheriff took a small step back, surprised to be recognized.
So, what's the plan here? Gonna take us all on?
Sam giggled a little. Well, usually yes, but since you don't like to play fair, I've decided to return the favor. Sam dropped to her knees, smiling at Tunney as she did. 2 pops went off behind her, and a split second later, the top of his head disappeared in a cloud of blood and brains. One of the other men also lost the top of his head. The sheriff had just enough time to watch the man beside him crumple to the ground before 2 more pops rang out, another 2 men's lives snuffed out by a bullet from the shadows. The final man dropped to his knees, tried to plead, but was cut short by the final snipe. Once the men had been dealt with, Sam rose back to her feet and sprinted to Tim. He looked groggily up at her from the chair, still stunned from the pistol whipping. She untied his bindings, then helped him slide to the ground before letting him rest there for a moment. The smell of the bodies beside them instantly awoke the cravings, each feeling the unrelenting cramps in their middle. It was the kind of hunger neither could ignore, a deeply rooted instinct with roots back to the dawn of man. Something shuffled behind them, and when they turned, saw Perkins slowly rising to his feet. He looked a mess, his top lip cut from where Tunney had hit him.
I'm so glad to see you,
he said to Sam. She turned, looked at Tim, and waited. He stared back, then shot her a wink. They both understood that the man behind them was as guilty as the men lying dead before them. He may have been worse, a pedophile who preyed on innocent children. Words were not needed, and before Perkins had a chance to say more, both Sam and Tim set upon him, dragging him down to meet his fate. And as their teeth sank in and his blood flowed, the screams of the man responsible for the murders filled the air. They fed upon his flesh, feeling the warmth of his blood as it rained down around them. He struggled for a brief moment, himself unsure of what he had done to meet such a fate. But as his final thrashes slowly faded, Sam and Tim made sure that his final purpose was a worthwhile one. The cleanup crew did what it always did and took care of the scene, arriving shortly after. The bodies were bagged and taken back to the compound, cremated, and eventually dumped at sea. Henderson was given a brief explanation and sworn to secrecy. Pogram ensured he had a bulletproof alibi, plus enough information to ensure he never needed to share his experiences. Sam and Tim returned to Pogram headquarters the very next day. They took part in not 1, but 2 ceremonies in the memorial room. Whilst the first was a mere repeat of so many other serial killer endings, the second proved a lot harder, the agents sending one of their own into the shadows. Victor's death hit everyone hard, but none more than Mama. She struggled to make it through the ceremony, eventually dropping down on a step and weeping into her hands. Sam sat next to her, an arm around the grieving woman's shoulders. John Milton stood in one corner, himself just as grief-stricken. Agents were his family, and each one that had been lost through the years had taken another piece of his heart. Once the memorial room was mostly deserted again, he called Tim and Sam over after making sure Mama was okay.
I know you guys have had a rough time these past weeks, but I need you two on an urgent mission.
Both Sam and Tim looked at each other, already suspecting their new assignment. Black Death? Sam asked. John Milton nodded, pointed to where a fresh string of lights had been strung, and said,
4 already. New York needs you.
He shook both their hands, just as he always did when sending agents off on assignment. It was one of his own many rituals that served as a reminder that what they were doing served a greater purpose.
Serial killers of the world, beware,
he thought to himself as he watched his team prepare.
They're coming for you.
This has been Murder Plot, Book 3 of the Sam Rader thriller series, written by Simon King, narrated by Kiiri Sandy.